Presents Thunder Showdown 2 with 8 big fights on the bill featuring top-level veterans and the best in up-and-coming new names. Scheduled fighters include names like cruiserweights Blake McKernan and Sean Miller. It's a night of great boxing action you won't want to miss. It's Thunder Showdown 2, coming March 8th to the venue at the Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Fight card subject to change. See Thunder Valley website for scheduled lineup.
When you're overwhelmed with tax debt, deciding what to do next is a true win or lose decision. You can lose your car, your paycheck, even your retirement savings, or you can choose someone to help you win this battle with the IRS. Now is the time to tackle your tax debt, but you don't have to do it alone. Meet Priority Tax Relief, veteran-owned and the expert in tax debt resolution. Our priority is fighting for you. Our team has helped clients save millions and can reduce or even erase your tax debt. Call 800-406-1584 right now to talk to our winning team. Priority Tax Relief has a direct line to the IRS. That's right, a fast track to find out if you qualify for life-changing tax relief in just minutes. Priority Tax Relief fights to protect your money, has 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Why wait? Call Priority Tax Relief for your free tax consultation. Call 800-406-1584. That's 800-406-1584. Let's make your taxes our priority. Stop your tax debt now. Call 800-406-1584.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Save Mart and McKee Brothers Plumbing and Rooter Incorporated. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
1 ticket, 2 huge shows.
The Sacramento Boat Show and the Big RV Show. Multiple dealers discounting all the best brands.
March 6th through 9th at Sacramento's Cal Expo.
Find discounts at
2hugeshows.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
KHD-KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX-HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sit-Down Sports 1140.
Feeding your passion for local sports in the afternoon. It's the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Kyle Drake on your radio at 1140 a.m.
Streaming audio at SacktownSports.com and the Sacktown Sports app.
You can also watch the show on YouTube at Sacktown Sports 1140. Here are the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Kyle Drake.
Yeah, you got Jay and White today. Wear street clothes today, Jay? Is he flying with the team? I know he had the pregame last night, then going in the team for the game against Denver tomorrow.
Yeah, he's on. Just spoke to someone with the team, and they're in Denver. Looks like, rocking and rolling. So I would imagine Drapes should be touched down just about now.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Gary Gerald reporting that it's very, 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 very windy in Denver.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. The G-Man getting it in on the social network line, which I absolutely love. I absolutely love the fact that the G-Man has reinvented itself numerous times.
Yes.
And, of course, one of those being a pleasant follow on a social network.
Definitely. And informative as well, which is what we're hoping to be today. I know last week we heard that the Kings were looking for some kind of locker room theme song, and that's for them to sort out. So I'm not starting some radio thing like, we'll help them with their theme song, but we could come up today with our own theme song for the Kings right now. Again, not something that they're going to want to play as a team, but what song best describes where the Kings are right now? I thought of one today, Jay, and it goes way, way back.
Okay.
Way back. It's from a Canadian band. Bachman Turner Overdrive, because the Kings are so businesslike on this road trip. They are taking care of business. That's the song that comes to mind when I think
that's
of these
cliche,
Kings.
though.
Yeah, but, well, okay.
Isn't that cliche?
Wow, shoot me down.
Well, I'm just saying, it's one of those things where how many times has that been utilized and used throughout history?
Okay, all right. What do you got?
Nothing, because I didn't know we were coming up with them. But
yeah, it's it just, that's the song that came to mind because that's what they're doing right now. It's like a business trip for them on this this road trip here. And just last night, very businesslike against a bad team. Things went from bad to worse for the Mavericks last night, and the Kings just got their work in and got their work done with only 7 turnovers. I just
saw you excited about that.
Yes, warm my heart.
The coaching you, sir.
So yes, so call it cliche if you like. Maybe you're right, but that's the song that came to mind when I thought about the Kings last night. Taking care of business every game. That's what they're doing with the road trip wrapping up tomorrow night against the Denver Nuggets. An impressive win, Jay, by a team that's very efficient right now.
Wow. How about that? The Sacramento Kings being efficient right now.
Yep.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing. Well, you know, they did what they were supposed to do, which is you beat a shorthanded Dallas Mavericks team. And I'm going to put this up there for you because I know this is, you know, you're feeling this right now. This may be our theme song of the day, and I have no problem in that. But they did what they're supposed to do, and shouts out to the Sacramento Kings for knocking down a wounded Dallas Mavericks team, especially when Kyrie Irving went down. And efficiency is one of the reasons why they were able to knock down the Dallas Mavs. And I was hyped, man. For the most part, Whitey, that game was pretty much in the fold from the beginning, it felt like. Now, I know they went on the, you know, the big run, but I just felt like they had that game in hand through and through.
Yes. There was no wobbles, no stretches there where, like, come on, you got to pay attention. You know, the only thing you could point to is Jonas missed a lot of shots that he probably is normally going to make. Keon didn't have a good shooting night, but other than that, I mean, Trey Lyles was unbelievable last night. Like you say, that's the price of admission. You go into Dallas right now, you're supposed to beat the Mavericks, but they did that with authority. And, you know, another thing, and this is maybe not a popular thing to say, but we know over the years, especially among members of the national media, they've looked at the Kings as like one of the, weak sisters of the league, maybe the weakest franchise. Right now, you know, you get out of Dallas, you're just hoping you don't get any on you because that, you know, they've had bad luck with injuries, mismanagement. You had people streaming out of that place at the end of the third quarter. There's your worst franchise in the NBA right now, Jay, for a lot of different reasons. Some of it their fault, some of it not. But the Dallas Mavericks are a disaster.
Yeah, they are. They are. Oh. And some of it, like you said, some not their fault, some is their fault. Injuries, of course, it's a ward unit going on right now, you know, over there. So it's just it's unfortunate that they have went from Western Conference Finals, a run to the finals, and then now, you know, and I'll be honest, I'm almost ready to go on board, especially we're starting to hear whispers. I don't know if you've seen some of the reports from a couple of the Mavericks reporters. I follow Dwayne Price, OG in the game, who's been around for a long time. Sounds like Anthony Davis, a.k.a. Kyle Draper, Peoples, may shut it down for the rest of the season now that Kyrie has been officially ruled out. And if that's the case, then I know we've been talking about the Sacramento Kings kind of backdooring into a top 10 spot no matter what. We may be backdooring into a top 8 spot the way I see it no matter what.
Yeah, it could be. I don't blame AD for shutting it down if that's what he decides to do. It's so unfortunate for Dallas fans who, as you said, last year they're in the finals, and this year, you know, they're cruising along. It's like, we've had some injuries, but here we go, second half of the season. And there's something weird about the whole Luka trade still. I don't know if it'll ever be fully explained. We had Jeannie Buss talking on a podcast about it, or she was doing an interview, you know, and she said, it's great. You have to keep something like this under wraps. And she also said, AD was complaining. He didn't want to play center. So he wasn't happy here. The thing I don't understand, though, is from the Dallas side of it, why do you keep it under wraps if you're going to trade Luka?
Right.
Because you're limiting your options, obviously, if you only talk to one team. So there's still more to this. I don't know if we'll ever figured out. I know one popular theory is that the owners in Dallas, they're trying to chase fans away so they can say, oh, no one supports us. We want to move the franchise. It's weird and it's very sad. And, of course, the Kyrie thing on a personal level was very sad to watch last night. Jeff.
Yeah, definitely. You know, Kyrie's been he's an eclectic type of cat for the NBA, but he's a superstar, and you can't deny that. You know, he's one of the guys coming through Duke and, you know, being one of the faces of this league. Uncle Drew, Kyrie, he's definitely one of those guys. It's so unfortunate for Uncle Drew to go down like that. Hopefully, you know, he can bounce back and continue to have a Hall of Fame type career that he is. And he probably is a Hall of Famer already at this point.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, but hopefully he can still bounce back and show some grit. And, you know, ACL is super tough. When it comes to the Dallas Mavs and their fans, first of all, let me go on record because I don't want nobody to mistake me. One of the things I hate to do is be misunderstood. I could give a damn less. You probably a Dallas Cowboy fan, so I ain't got no love for you. So I'm not going to sit up here and cry for you. But the second part of it is, especially when I've been a fan of the 49ers and the A's and the Kings and teams like that, where, you know, I've had no opportunity to really win. The second part for me with that is however or whatever reason that they traded Luka, I just still believe it just can't be justified. I guess the only thing that I could quite understand, if there was something to talk about, was you don't want to give a person almost $400 million, which he was going to get a little less. But if that's what you're telling me as the owner, because it's your money and you're writing the checks, that's the only thing I can understand. Beyond that, there's no other reason to trade Luka. Even if the general manager, the vice president, the president of ops, whoever dislikes him on a personal level, the coach, we're going to have to figure this out. This is a generational talent. This dude is bringing in tons and tons of money. He's an international superstar. There's no reason to change. And he's 25. There's no reason to trade, no matter how much you dislike him. As we continue to talk about in this is business, not personal. You better separate it. And that's what I would have said if I was the owner.
Yeah, and the worst thing about it from our standpoint, of course, is that he goes to L.A. and the Lakers are surging.
Yes,
we don't need any of that.
Just a joke, man. How does this organization, and this is where the conspiracy theories come in, Whitey, how does this organization continuously get lucky? How?
We're talking about which one? The Lakers?
The Lakers. Yeah, man. The Mavs ain't been lucky. They ain't won nothing.
Right. You know, they may get a helping hand from the league now and then. I don't know.
Right.
That doesn't hurt.
Of course.
Yeah. This case, I don't know. You know, was the Kobe connection between Pelinka and Nico? And you hear whispers. You've probably heard them yourself, you know, through the media, back channel stuff, suggestions that the Mavs were uncomfortable with Luka and his fondness for the hookah and for drinking.
Yeah.
And I don't know if is that something like they're kind of backfilling to make excuses for what they did, or is that legitimately the reason why they did what they did? I don't know, but it just seems like they did not expect the backlash that they've gotten. And I think we talked about this last week. That to me is unimaginable.
Yeah,
how you
crazy.
can be that tone deaf, ham-handed, and stupid it's just baffling.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think the only way that you can justify is the owner comes out and said, you know what, $394 million, that was above my pay grade.
Yeah.
And, you know, and he could come out and do what a lot of other people are saying. And, you know, hint, wink, wink. Listen, society, everything is up. Everything is high. Everything costs a pretty penny.
Look at the price
right
of
now.
eggs these days.
Absolutely. I got lucky yesterday.
Yeah.
Would
you buy a chicken?
I should have. I went to Trader Joe's, right? Because I was looking for a few specific things, and they had a nice, decent supply of eggs.
Wow, good.
And they were
you.
like $4 and some change.
Nice.
$5. You know, I want to be greedy.
You sure they were from a chicken?
They might not be. Might be a ostrich. I don't know. But
lizard eggs or something.
I bought 2. You know, I could have I should take 6, but I was like, nah, don't be greedy. It's enough. People out here hunting and pecking.
That's nice.
So it's tough in these streets right now.
Yeah.
I'm telling you. It's tough.
Yeah. We'll come right back. Take a look at what last night's win means for the chase in the West. It's Jay and Whitey. It's Drive Guys, Sacktown Sports.
It's March, and you're in luck because at Overhead Door Company of Sacramento, they're slam dunking the competition with unbeatable deals on overhead doors. Hey there, Jason Ross here. And whether you're upgrading your home just like we did or need a reliable, secure garage door, they've got the perfect match for you. And March is the perfect time for a fresh start. Take your home to the next level with high-quality doors that stand strong, look amazing, and are installed by trusted professionals. The winning results we got is more than we could have asked for, and you can do the same. So visit overheaddoorofsacramento.com today and check out their showroom as well. And when you do, mention me, Jason Ross, or Sacktown Sports, and find out about the $150 off a new garage door with the purchase of a garage door opener. Your dream door, just like us, is a click away. You can call them at 916-421-3747. Overhead Door Company of Sacramento, the genuine, the original overhead door. Always look for the red ribbon logo.
High voltage live boxing action returns to the venue on March 8th as Uppercut Promotions presents Thunder Showdown 2. With 8 big fights, it's a night of great boxing action you won't want to miss. Thunder Showdown 2, coming March 8th to the venue at Thunder Valley Casino Resorts. Fight card subject to change.
The final 7 seconds ticking away. For the 4th time this year, the Kings in wire-to-wire fashion have gotten a victory on a night where the opponent never had the lead. The Kings led this one by as many as 32. They improved their record to 32-28. They gain a game on Dallas. So Sacramento will be in that number 9 spot and still close quarters in the scramble for playoff and play-in opportunities in the Western Conference.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
Yeah, shout out to Kristen with a K on Twitter, because Jay in that maybe mid-third, late third, early fourth, whatever it was, I don't remember exactly. On Twitter, I suggested, hey, how many minutes is Scal going to get to play tonight? Kristen with a K said 4, and she was almost exactly right, because Scal played 4 minutes and 7 seconds.
Spot on.
So she came back and asked, what did I win? Do I win anything? And I said, today's Strive Guys show, free of charge for you.
Oh, love it. Love it.
How about
Starting
that?
charge out here for these in these streets, huh? I get it. I get it. The climate is warranting for everyone to charge.
Well, you were mentioning you found some eggs that were not too expensive yesterday. Reminds me, years ago, we used to have neighbors behind our house, and they had chickens. You know, sometimes I think, let's get chickens.
Okay.
And then, you know, we have an endless supply of eggs. But I think it can be, depending on what you want to do with the chickens, it can be a difficult business. We'd be in the backyard swimming in the summertime, with the kids, and then we'd hear, hear the neighbor's chickens, and then every so often you hear them go, and we look at each other. That didn't sound good. Really, that's what it sounded like. Ooh, that didn't sound good. One time my dog, Orion at the time, got through the fence and he was in their backyard. So I went back there to get him. It's like, oh my goodness, I didn't know how long he'd been back there. Orion, come on, he was like a husky, like wolf looking dog. And there was this chicken it was in a cage and it had expired. And I thought my dog might've got in there and who knows what he did with it. So I told the neighbor, I said, hey, I'm sorry. My dog got in your yard and, he might've killed your chicken. And the neighbor looks at me and says, your dog did not kill my chicken. So I was like, okay, see you later. Good luck.
I'm going to get out of there.
So my point is, depending on what you want to do with the chickens, I guess it can be, it's not all fun and games.
No, well, they're animals, so you have to take care of them.
Right.
There's a lot of things that go into take care of an animal. As we've all had that conversation. If you're a parent and your children wants a pet, it's responsibility. Right. So absolutely.
Yeah. I think maybe these people, and bless them if they did. They're great neighbors, but I think maybe they ate their chickens. So,
yeah.
And that's what we heard. And
Yardbird.
Those middle of a summer afternoon. Come on. Okay, man. I kid you not. That actually happened. And so did the Kings' big win last night. I don't want to know how they did it. But how did the Kings do it last night? Here's what that means. And we've all looked at this now. But it's interesting the way the Kings, based on wins and losses by them and the other teams, where they end up day to day. So right now, the Warriors, they beat Charlotte. They're number 6, but they've got the Knicks tonight in New York.
That's a loss.
Yeah. And then you've got the Clippers are 32-28. They're half a game out of sixth. The Kings are also 32-28.
Yeah.
So they're technically behind the Clippers on tiebreakers and things like that. But the Kings are a half game out of sixth, Jay.
Speak on it.
Half game out of sixth.
Come on now.
Of course, they're also tied with the Timberwolves, who, again, technically are ninth on percentage points. They're both 17.5 games out of first. They're both half a game out of sixth. And then the Mavericks, who are sinking like a stone in the West. They're just a game and a half out of six right now, but they're going the wrong way. Phoenix is 11th. They're going the wrong way. So, and you made the point eloquently earlier, Jay. Right now, it looks like you've got Minnesota, Sacramento, the Clippers, and the Warriors. Those four teams are fighting for 6, 7, 8, and 9. You don't want to be 9.
No, you want to be 6, 7, and 8. That's hence why I said the 8th spot.
Right.
Speaking into existence. The Warriors, as you said, they got the Knicks, and it sounds like Steph is questionable, rolling his ankle last night in the Hornets victory. Hopefully, Steph will sit out and the Knicks can handle business out in the MSG. You got the Clippers 2 more times, right? One here. You got Saturday coming up in LA, and then one here down the end, towards the end. So you can handle business that way. And Norman Powell just bouncing back from an injury. We know Kawhi is a coin flip every single game. I like my chances right there. I really do. I mean, the Kings are playing well, and this is something we continue to keep talking about.
Right.
Stop being so negative.
6th, I'd be thrilled.
What?
7th, I'd be happy.
Sure.
8th, I'd be, that's okay.
Yeah.
9th, I'd be disappointed. But that's about the worst you're going to do right now, or so it would appear.
Yeah, I think Dallas is getting ready to mail it in. I really do. I think Dallas is really getting ready to mail it in. No Kyrie.
For flag the rest of the way.
Yeah, or at least something high. They need to add something to the repertoire. So when you're really talking about it, the Kings have played Minnesota well all season, just like they've played the Rockets. The Clippers to be determined. The Warriors, you got one more for the marbles when it comes to them, but you have the ball is in your court.
And that's
take care of business.
Then a week from Thursday. I think you're down there.
2 weeks. Yeah, about 2 weeks. It's gonna be a barn burner, as they like to say. But I'm excited, man. I continue to keep on talking about you're gonna need a run. We saw the Warriors, they're on a run. They're 8-2 in their last 10, I believe, right? And the Kings are right behind there, 7-3 in their last 10. You're gonna need a run like this where you get Houston, you get Dallas, you take care of Utah, sneak into Charlotte there. There's another opportunity for another run at the end of the season, and we've had this conversation. What was super interesting for me, Whitey, is I looked at it and I was like, oh man, okay. The G-Man talked about it. They're 32-28. We're 60 games in, fella.
Right.
We have 22 more games.
Here we go.
And I was now starting to look, how many more games, and I know you can't play this game, but we do, that I think they're going to win. And it gets interesting because I kept finding myself at 10. And I'm like, 10's probably not going to get it done. You're going to have to steal a few more games, I think. 42?
Wow. You only got them at 10 and, what is that, 10 and
12?
10 and 12.
It'll be 10 and 12 because there's 22 more games. I'm just saying gimmies. Like if I'm looking at okay, I think they better win, almost type thing. And then you go across and you look at it like, okay, they're at home, they're playing, the Clippers. You kind of need that one, that type of thing. It's interesting.
The other thing is if they don't get it to 6th, or even if they don't get to 7th or 8th, if somehow, some way you just get out of the plan, if you're in the plan and you get out of it, then it's like, that's perfect.
Right.
No worries.
Yeah. Playoff.
No worries. You're in the playoffs. But tonight, as you mentioned, you got the Warriors visiting the Knicks. Also tonight, you got Minnesota. If they win this game, they lurch back ahead of you, and they got the Sixers. They're hosting the Sixers. Then also tonight, the Clippers, with whom you're now tied, they're visiting the Suns.
Right.
And, who knows, but the Suns are playing horribly right now, and you can't count on them for any help. It'd be great if you get it, but don't hold your breath.
No, and that's why I say it's all about taking care of your own business. As that was the theme of the day, taking care of your business.
Yeah.
The other part of that too, Whitey, is you have to also look as Minnesota's played more games than the Kings, 2 games, I believe, already. And so you'll have an opportunity because they're 33-29, you're 32-28. So you got a 2-game separation. You'll have, if it finishes where it finishes, you'll have 2 more games to catch up to them. So I think you have to look at that. Same thing with Dallas. I believe they have 1 more game in the hole they have 2 more as well when it comes to us. So there's some opportunity for catch up there, but let's play the game real fast. Why do you want to play the game?
Fine.
All right, play the game. Go. All right, Denver tomorrow.
Tomorrow, L.
Yeah. San Antonio.
Win.
That's a gimme. You got to have it, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. At the Clippers on Sunday.
I like it.
Okay.
Win.
Love it. The Knicks at home.
I'll go Knicks.
Okay.
Yeah. That's certainly winnable. But yeah, then win over the Warriors.
At the Dental Floss.
Yeah.
At the Dental Center. It's a dentist office in here. And then at Phoenix, Friday, March 14th.
That's a W.
Memphis at home.
I'll take it.
Ooh, see, and that's the thing is you're trying to coerce yourself to the win.
Yeah, I'm talking myself into
right,
that
and so that's what I said. I really only see 10. Like, okay, they better win that.
I got you.
Cleveland, home.
L.
Back to back. Chi-Town at home.
Win.
You better win it.
Yeah.
Saturday, Milwaukee at home.
That's gonna be tough. They're gonna win.
Okay. Boston at home.
That's a loss. They got some payback. You could win that game, but yeah, that's the other thing. None of these games do I say absolutely they can't win after they went into Boston and won.
Sure.
But I'm trying to be, rational here.
OKC on the back-to-back. Boston, OKC at home.
That's tough. No, that's an L.
Portland at home. You got to win that one. Tricky spot. They play the Kings very well, if not better. Last year, overtime. This year, they came in here. Orlando.
They're really struggling right now, and Suggs is out. That's a win.
He's out for the rest of the season. Pacers in Indiana.
Win.
Washington.
Oh, that's in Indiana? Yeah,
that's in Indiana.
Washington.
Now you're on the road. So you go to Orlando, Indiana, at Washington.
Yeah.
At Charlotte.
Oh, that's a win.
At Cleveland.
Loss.
At Detroit.
Woo. I feel like I'm giving them too many wins, but I'll take that one. W.
Ooh-wee.
And I know they're playing really well.
Yeah,
right
Denver
now.
Here.
Oh, we'll beat them here.
Clippers here.
Clippers are relics. Clippers
you gotta hit. So you got them sweeping the rest of the wins against the Clippers.
Yeah.
All right. And then Phoenix to end the season.
Yeah.
Oh, you got them dudes going like 17-4.
There you go.
17-5 rather.
Do I really?
Yeah. I mean, I only caught 5 losses.
Yeah. What's wrong with that? What's that get you? 49 or something?
Nothing. Yeah. Nothing is wrong with that, but I don't think it's going to play out that way. And that's what I'm saying is, if you really look at it, and we're going to talk about this, pretty relevant. At Denver, probably the loss. You got to get to San Antonio's. You need to split with LA. You got to split with Phoenix for sure. You definitely better beat the Chicagos, the Portlands, the Washingtons, the Charlottes. You got to win those.
That's why any road win, and Saturday against Houston was one of these to a degree. Any road win against a team that's like, wow, that's a tough game. Mm-hmm. It's almost like double.
It is.
You win those like, whoa. And you're kind of getting back one of the ones you kicked earlier in the season.
Right.
Before you had everything figured out and had your new coach and everything.
And that's the thing. You probably still 1 or 2 of those difficult games, the OKCs, the Bostons, the Milwaukee, Cleveland, like Memphis. You're probably still 1 or 2 of those games. It's just, don't give back a Spurs game. Don't give back a Portland game. Don't give back 2 to the Suns, 2 to the Clippers. And that's the tough part to play.
Mm-hmm. Keegan Murray is back on track. Great news for the Kings. We'll look at that. What happened? Who is responsible? Next on Sacktown Sports.
The only place you'll find Malik Monk is Sacktown Sports.
Oh, my, what an athletic move that time by Malik Monk.
Hey, Sacramento, it's Malik Monk, and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sacktown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Is that a new Samsung Galaxy A15 5G?
Yeah, I got it for free when I joined Cricket Nation.
Sounds pretty great.
At Cricket, anyone can get a new phone when they switch.
Whoa.
With a high-quality camera, meaning more flattering selfies for all, and super fast 5G, so you can post them for all to see. Your friends, your family, your ex. Free phone! Free phone!
Okay, I'll switch.
Welcome to Cricket Nation.
Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. Must bring your number to Cricket on a $60 a month voice plan. First month service charge and tax to its sale. These terms and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
If variety is the spice of life, In Shape Fitness is a spice rack of fitness clubs where you can hit the floor, hop on a bike, part the waters, or lift the weights to keep your workout routine from ever feeling routine. We are in shape. You are ready. Join online today at InShape.com.
Spring is here, and there's really nothing better than hitting the open road in a new Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings, plus get top dollar for your trade. And while life's roads are often filled with bumps, buying from Stockton Honda couldn't be smoother. Wherever the road you travel might lead, Stockton Honda is happy to get you there. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
And now a brief history of the garage door. Garage doors could date back to 450 BC when chariots were stored in gatehouses. Here in the States, they became a thing around the start of the 20th century. You could find a float-over door in a catalog way back in 1906. National Garage Door has been around since 1974. They're family-owned and operated, so you can trust them to solve any garage door issues you may have. Squeaky door, malfunctioning door, or a need for a new door, which is what prompted us to give them a call, 916-638-4554. At National Garage Door Services, their number one priority. I've witnessed that commitment in my own home, certainly in our garage. National Garage Door sells quality Rainer-branded garage doors. They are the nation's BSE broken spring experts. So if you have a garage door that looks and sounds like it dates back to 450 BC, National Garage Door can help, whether it's a garage door tune-up, repair, or replacement you need. They'll take care of you at National Garage Door, 916-638-4554. That's 916-638-4554. National Garage Door.
At Valley Strong Credit Union, we know that local businesses are the backbone of the Central Valley, investing in our neighborhoods, boosting the economy, making the Valley stronger. But when it comes to their finances, where can they turn? A big bank that just sees another number? That's not good enough. Valley businesses deserve Valley support for payroll, credit, cash flow, and everything in between. Valley Business is Valley Strong. Learn how our cash management services can support your business at valleystrong.com.
Keegan Murray has it. Creeps forward, then stops, launches the three, and drains his fourth three-pointer in 8 attempts. 18 points for Keegan Murray. Kings now lead 82-56.
The Drive Guys, live and local. Every afternoon, Monday through Friday on Sacktown Sports.
Waddy and Jay today. Drapes with the team in Denver. I believe he's got play-by-play duties tomorrow night for the Kings and the Nuggets. So, of course, we've been talking about the Kings and a little bit about chickens and eggs. We have this in the chateau. Stephen Torres says, I grew up with chickens and them damn roosters. Campy says, roosters will wake you up early in the morning. Thanks for that news flash, Campy. Dwayne Baker, neighbor had peacocks next to our junior high when I was growing up.
Damn, some peacocks?
Peacocks are beautiful, but that cry is like, who are you? Who are you? Right? They're weird.
How the heck do you pick up, like, you know what, I'm going to go, where do you even buy peacocks at?
I don't know if you can buy them.
Yeah.
I'm sure you can somewhere.
Yeah.
When I was growing up in Vallejo, a little kid, we'd go to Blue Rock Springs and they had them running all over the place. Who
Right.
are you? Who are you?
That's pretty much what you see them in parks, and every now and then you might see them through the neighborhood of some sorts. It's got a little park tucked in there, but I've never heard of anybody owning a peacock.
Yeah, I haven't either. Oh, interesting. Yeah, Dwayne Baker's neighbor had peacocks.
Dwayne Baker, man,
junior high school.
Where you live at, big time?
Yeah, where did he used to live? Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Jared Williams, win the games against teams that we're supposed to beat, then go 500 against the teams that are tougher.
Yeah.
Does that work in this case, or do you have too many games against teams that are really good?
Well, I think it starts with, Coach Christie said it yesterday, it's about doing us. I think if you approach, and that's kind of what I said is, I start thinking about it, and I looked at it yesterday, Whitey, and I'm just like, okay, how many games in the last 22 are gimmies, games that you absolutely must win? And I only came up with 10. And I agree. I think if you get the 10 that you necessarily need to get on paper, and then the 2 against Denver. You got a Detroit, Cleveland, like, teams like that. If you can go 500, which would probably be a 6 and 6, you get 16 wins.
Yeah, see, that's about where I was, right?
Yeah.
You said I had 17.
Yeah, you were close. Because all I heard was one Denver loss. I heard a OKC loss in there. A Boston
that
loss.
Back-to-back should be illegal.
And that Detroit loss.
You shouldn't. No team should have to play. I know it sounds like the poor Kings, but I mean Boston and OKC back-to-back. At least they're both at home. Yeah. Dat Ninja. In addition to low turnovers, the Kings giving up bonus free throws early in the quarter since Domas has been off the floor. He says no Sabonis equals low turnovers. Turnovers are down since Domas has been off the floor. Kings dominating. That sounds like somebody was saying they're better off without Domas.
Yeah, that's kind of what I heard.
I don't think so.
No, they're not.
They've been playing well. Yeah, Valanciunas has played really well last 2 nights, and if you're a Kings fan, you got to be grateful he's here. But I don't think you're better off without Sabonis.
No. I mean, that's not even in question. And I get it. It's what have you done for me lately? And prior to that, the legendary Jerry Reynolds said he thought, DeMontis was running on fumes. And maybe this is, and remember I asked the legend, how do you get him How do you get him rest? How do you get him a break? And he's like, you really can't.
No way, yeah.
But, the Lord has changed that for everyone, the basketball God. So he's going to get a little break, and albeit because due to an injury, hopefully JV, the big Trojan, as Will likes to call him, keeps it locked in. I really like it. And I think Drape said this Monday, but if not, for sure, yesterday, got to give the front office some love. If Jonas is not here, we're in a world of trouble. A world of trouble.
Probably give yourself the old night.
Right. So you got to, if nothing else, I know there are a lot of people out there who aren't in favor of Monty McNair and Wes and Paul and all the front office. But if nothing else, we got to keep it thorough, keep it 100. If Domas goes down right now, you have no JV, we're in a world of trouble.
By the way, Dat Ninja comes back and says, not better without Sabonis, better without Sabonis turning over the ball.
That part. Yeah, I agree.
Better without Malik turning over the ball. Last night, Malik Monk had 8 assists and 0 turnovers.
King of the Kings.
That's phenomenal for a guy who had been struggling a little bit, getting a little loose with the handle. So that was great. And only 7 turnovers for the Kings last night. Again, that's to be expected against a bad team, but that's something that they needed to shore up. And how about Keegan? I know last week, Jay, I'm not gonna stand there with my hands on my hips, say, remember what you said about Keegan last week in his contract. But are you feeling any better about extending Keegan with a big offer, given the way he's played this week?
Personally, me? Well, I say you have to extend him just because he fills the slot. But if I'm playing devil's advocate, no.
He's playing well. 18 last night, hit 4 of 8. He had 13 the game before that, 26. The 3-point shot, he's up around 39% going into last night. He made half his shots last night. So since he took those couple of games off, I think it is, he's been shooting 40% from 3. If he's making threes, and then on top of that, he's being more aggressive, taking the ball to the basket, as we've seen in the last couple of games, he's a good defender, then he's definitely a plus. And now it looks like, there was an issue with Keegan, if we're being honest. Is Keegan ever going to find it? How come he's not aggressive? He needs to get back to where it was. Of late, he's been back to where he was, and in some ways he's been better, and that's a great sign for the franchise.
Yeah, absolutely.
And, of course, for him. Who deserves the most credit for that? He does.
He does, right.
Yeah,
absolutely. Our own Frankie Cardicelli, a.k.a. Frankie Clicks, he had something that he tweeted out. Keegan over the past 6 games, 15.5 points, 5.7 rebounds, 50% from the free field goal, 43% from 3-point range, almost 7.5 attempts a game, 85% from free throws, averaging 30.9 minutes and a 4-2 record. As he said at the bottom, playing his best basketball of the season. Absolutely. Agreed. But if I'm playing devil's advocate, if I'm going to pay somebody $40 million at 15 points, that's me. I'm slotting them in because I need that slot. But if I'm looking at it from the standpoint of being objective, that's not a $40 million man. That's just the way the NBA goes, though. He's going to hopefully get it. I think he deserves, to get anything that he is, because I'm a firm believer you're worth what a person to pay you. But I do think there's still going to be some Sacramento Kings fans who are going to continuously say, hey, they're going to look at the value, they're going to look at the market, and we have some of the smartest and intelligent fans. They're going to go out there and look and see who gets $40 million a year. And they're going to like, oh my goodness. And $40 million a year brings you Zach LaVine. You can't compare Zach LaVine and Keegan Murray right now in their career, albeit they're on different platforms. But I'm just saying that's what people are going to do.
Well, I think Keegan, no question, deserves most of the credit for how well he's played of late. And let's make no mistake, long ways to go still.
Oh, absolutely.
But your guy and the coaches, Doug Christie and the rest of the coaches, deserve a lot of credit. Drapes told the story yesterday of how he didn't say which coaches he's been talking to, but the coaches said, we're trying to get him going early, which is great. And I even go back to Mike Brown. Earlier this year, Mike Brown said he was telling Keegan, when you got a chance, take the ball right to the rack.
Right.
Yeah, shoot it. He's always said, let it fly. But he's also said, when you drive, just don't pull up. Just take it right to the rack. And Keegan just looks like he's having more fun right now, Jay.
Agreed. Yeah, and it might have been the engagement. I'm not exactly sure, but it's something to the point to where Keegan's turned it on a little bit. The switch has been flipped, so to say. Be interesting, because I tell you this much, you need Keegan to be playing at the highest peak and the highest level if you want to do some damage. It looks like Zach LaVine has found his footing. It looks like Malik is starting to understand when to go and when to pass it, meaning when to score and when to pass it. And depending on how Domas bounces back as quick as he is, JV, what's crazy?
What's crazy?
Was
yesterday. The price of eggs is crazy.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely, it is. And owning peacocks is crazy as well. But shouts out to Dwayne Baker's neighborhood. Yesterday, and I didn't call you guys on it, but it was funny because I had to sit back and think about it. I think Draper said it. He was like, we don't have a lack of length anymore. It was fun to see the length go out there and dominate over Dallas, who was struggling for length, struggling for big guys. How soon we forget. Just 3 weeks ago, we were begging, crying. Oh my goodness, we need somebody that's taller than 6'8". Now we talking about we got length. It's crazy, man. That's what I say. You have to really take a step back and pay attention to what's going on. We're not even taking it for granted now. All of a sudden, we're big.
I don't know why it took them so long to do that, but it was the right move. And, LaRavia and Valanciunas, of course.
Yep.
And your guy, I say your guy because you love wingspan.
Yes.
Markelle Fultz, who had 3 bad turnovers last night, but played well otherwise.
Man, the game was over, White. It was over. It was over, White. Come on,
my point guard. I don't like my point guard dribbling on the basket.
Okay,
and then throwing it to the other team.
All right, Stretchy.
Yeah. But you're right. It's not an issue anymore. And the front office deserves a ton of credit for that.
Yeah, they do. I just found it super interesting. And that's why I said it's super crazy, because you think about it, again, just a month ago, we were crying, screaming.
You're right.
We got the short people. We got the Smurfs, the midget squad.
Yeah. Alligator arms on the perimeter.
Now, all of a sudden, Markelle Fultz, former #1 pick. You got the big Trojan. You got Jake LaRavia. Now Trey can't even 5 minutes after.
Is that a Will? Is Will the one that call him the big Trojan?
Yeah, the big Trojan.
Yeah.
Oh, I think I got it. I got to find it. The big Trojan.
KD. Oh, man. How about this?
KD.
KD. From Bant to the Young. Peacocks are legit watchdogs, too.
I've read something like they're very they're very particular about who they let around them.
So if a stranger comes on the property, who are you? Identify yourself. Yeah. All right. I can see that, but I would have never thought of that. We're already learning a lot here on a very strange edition of the Drive Guys after a big win. When we come back, is Steve Kerr right, or is he having a get off my lawn moment? We're back with that on Sacktown Sports.
The big Trojan dude.
Sacktown
Wednesday night, Kings and Nuggets. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 4:30. Tip-off at 6.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 18 years of age and older that are residents of California and who reside in one of the 6 counties that make up the Sacramento metro area, unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win, unless the station otherwise specifies in its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 30 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. For a copy of the general contest rules, visit khdk.com.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's your boy Drapes, Kyle Draper. As the proud sponsor of the Sacramento Kings Mop Crew, Alsco Uniforms offers certified hygienically clean lab coats, scrubs, bed linens, towels, floor mats, and an array of mops tailored for your healthcare facility. Our services include convenient delivery to your doorstep. Leading the way in healthcare laundry services in Northern California, discover why it pays to keep clean with Alsco Uniforms. Go to alsco.com to learn more. Again, that's alsco.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-235-5588. That's 800-235-5588. 800-235-5588.
Progressive knows when you own a boat or RV, it's like you're automatically on vacation, even if you're actually a marriage counselor in the middle of couples therapy. But in your mind, you're camping in Acadia, puttering around Frenchman Bay. Your boat and RV are both protected. You're lobster drenched in butter and... Uh-oh, did your clients just notice you weren't listening? Quick, do the thing where you just repeat back exactly what they said, but as a question. They bought it. Now back to Maine, earning an automatic discount bundling your boat or RV with your home or auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Zero Prostate Cancer launches Blitz the Barriers, the most ambitious initiative in the history of U.S. prostate cancer patient programs. With a $7.5 million commitment from lead founding partner Novartis, Zero's Blitz the Barriers is a $20 million initiative to close gaps in prostate cancer survival among the highest risk communities and save 100,000 lives. Legendary music executive and Zero's global ambassador Matthew Knowles has more.
Despite advances in treatment, prostate cancer continues to take a devastating toll. Black men are twice as likely to die from it, and veterans are twice as likely to be diagnosed. We must speak about the barriers and take action. I lost my grandfather and 4 uncles to this disease, and I am determined to do something about it. We have to apply a full court press to this issue, and that starts with regular screening. It's time to listen.
Go to zerocancer.org/blitz.
There's a reason why more and more people are coming from all over to Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Folsom, Elk Grove, Woodland, Roseville. And it's not just because they're centrally located next to Hagan Oaks Golf Course. It's because they make the car buying experience different than anywhere else. Yeah, of course they can get you a great price. That's the easy part. Where their general manager, Chuck Dean, and his team really make a difference is they don't believe you should have to sacrifice great customer service to get a great deal. Stomp on in today and see for yourself. That's Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. It's the place where a handshake still means something.
You've heard the saying, penny wise, pound foolish, right? It means you do something that will save you a little bit right now, just pennies, but that ends up costing you pounds in the end.
People put off tuning up their furnace because they don't want to take the time or spend the money to get it done.
But it only takes 90 minutes and costs just $87, which is just pennies compared to the huge problems and expenses that can rack up if you don't get your furnace tuned up.
You'll also save money on your energy bills, and your system will last longer.
So don't be penny wise and pound foolish. Call Bell Brothers for a precision tune-up and professional cleaning today.
Our number is 916-444-1234, or find us online at thenosurpriseguys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
1 ticket, 2 huge shows. The Sacramento Boat Show and the Big RV Show. Multiple dealers discounting all the best brands. March 6th through 9th at Sacramento's Cal Expo. Find discounts at 2hugeshows.com.
When you're overwhelmed with tax debt, deciding what to do next is a true win or lose decision. You can lose your car, your paycheck, even your retirement savings, or you can choose someone to help you win this battle with the IRS. Now is the time to tackle your tax debt, but you don't have to do it alone. Meet Priority Tax Relief, veteran-owned and the expert in tax debt resolution. Our priority is fighting for you. Our team has helped clients save millions and can reduce or even erase your tax debt. Call 800-406-1584 right now to talk to our winning team. Priority Tax Relief has a direct line to the IRS. That's right, a fast track to find out if you qualify for life-changing tax relief in just minutes. Priority Tax Relief fights to protect your money, has 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Why wait? Call Priority Tax Relief for your free tax consultation. Call 800-406-1584. That's 800-406-1584. Let's make your taxes our priority. Stop your tax debt now. Call 800-406-1584.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday. Sacktown Sports.
You probably heard about this, but for those who didn't, on X, Kings fan who goes by the handle of @KingsCake, last night posted, if Malik Monk has no turnovers tonight, I will buy a Kings jersey. Malik Monk had no turnovers last night. He saw the post, and he replied to @KingsCake_1 with, go get that jersey, Brody. And Cake did, 129.25 for the Monk Swingman jersey, saying, got you, Malik. Thanks for repping our team and this city.
Yeah,
nice.
No doubt. That is dope.
Yeah.
You know, good. And those are the good parts of social network. It allows you to, you know, have conversations with some of your favorite players and celebrities and normal people as well.
Mm-hmm.
You know, would have been super dope if Malik would have matched it.
Mm.
If he just said, man, you got the purple and the white one. I can't remember which one the fan bought. It's like, I got the other one for you too.
Yeah.
You know?
Maybe he will.
Maybe.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Steve Kerr had a message last night as well after the Warriors beat the Charlotte Hornets 119-101. He got a technical foul in the third quarter, did Coach Kerr, after becoming irate when what he viewed as an obvious travel wasn't called. And after the game, you know, the Warriors did win, so he wasn't whining about why his team lost. But Steve Kerr, I don't understand why we are not teaching our officials to call travel in this league. And Jay, one of the funny things about this, when I saw this story today that Kerr was upset about traveling, I knew they had just played Charlotte, and I knew it had to have something to do with your guy, LaMelo Ball.
Of
and
course.
Sure enough, the play that apparently drove him crazy was LaMelo driving, you know, right side, top of the key, stops,
Step back.
take a little skip to get a better angle on an entry pass, makes a nice pass. Steve Kerr says the coaches were calling travel. He says the fans were calling travel. He says it's a problem when there are like 100 fans in the stands and every coach on the sideline when I'm watching film and everyone is signaling for a travel. Everyone is seeing it. So we are clearly not teaching as a league our officials to look at the feet. And Steve Kerr has had enough, Jay.
Man,
is this
please.
a problem or is he having a get off my lawn moment?
Get off my lawn moment. He played with one of the cats who carried the most, which is Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan carried the ball so damn much. It was crazy, man. Shut up, sit back, relax, man, and do what you do.
The entire game is based on footwork. We need to enforce traveling violations. We're not doing it, and I don't understand why. You know, he wants to make sure clearly here that the officials don't think he's coming after them. He says they're awesome. They do a great job. We need to train them better. That's been one of the complaints about the NBA since I first started watching it in
traveling
1827, whatever it was. Because they let too much traveling go. And they let more go now because they've actually changed the rules on what a travel is. That'd be the one thing I would say.
And stuff like that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody cares. But since Steve Kerr brought it up, I think the league could do a better job explaining to fans, okay, in college or when you played high school, this was a travel. In the NBA, this is not a travel.
Sure.
People don't know the rules. And so, you know, you watch the game sometimes with people and they go nuts. Like, why don't they call that? And sometimes it's because that's not actually a travel in the NBA now because of the gather and blah, blah, blah. They could do a better job of explaining that.
Yeah, that's true. And that's why I said it's kind of a get off my lawn type thing because it happens all over the place throughout the league. And,
yeah,
you know, I don't have my eye on every single Warriors game, but I'm pretty sure a bunch of his players are getting away with certain things too. It's just the lay of the land at this point, you know. As someone who is a traditionalist, you know, I could see how, not me, but someone who is a traditionalist basketball wise, I could definitely understand how they would be, discouraged or don't like the product, so to say. And we see people talk about it all the time. It doesn't bother me now because that's just the way the league is. Sometimes you see highlights, Giannis steals the ball at half court and he dribbles once. How's that happen?
He's got long legs.
Yeah. So it's just part of the game. And, that's why I say you just kind of got to be quiet and just understand that's it. But he's doing what he's supposed to do as a coach, is bring attention to it, because it may come down to, he's in a Zen bag. He's like Phil Jackson.
Yeah.
You talk about it enough, we might call it once or twice and allow you to help the game. So I get what Coach Kerr is doing. That's why he's won championships everywhere he's been. He knows how to work the refs and knows how to work the game. But from the standpoint of, you trying to call out travel and stuff, nah, you got to be quiet about that.
I think there are certain guys that the league is going to let travel and carry more because it's like, that guy's an exciting player. It's good for business. But I will say this. I have a friend who used to be an official in the NBA, just briefly. But one of the things he told me is when you're officiating, especially at that level, but I think at all levels of basketball, if a guy does something, then there's no advantage gain, you can let it go. What's the point? Now I know, like you say, some people are like sticklers for the rules, like a violation's a violation. But at the NBA level, sometimes like, yeah, a guy did something. Technically, that's a violation. But you want the flow of the game to be important too. If he gains no advantage, let it go.
Right.
But they're letting stuff go now, especially with the fouls and everything.
Oof.
And I don't mean to start wandering down that path where we go around in circles, but they're letting a lot go where players are gaining advantages.
Yeah, it's true. That's why I said it's just kind of part of the game now, Whitey.
Mm-hmm.
That's why, I started with saying coaches got to kind of take a step back and understand. It's like someone said from the 916, maybe Steve should go look at some of his own tape or Curry's. Agreed. It's part. His guys are getting away with the same things that he's crying about.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you look at that standpoint, 100%, that's the way the game is being officiated. Now, if it's something of the form of a traditionalist, someone, as you said, a stickler on the rules, then I'm willing to accept that conversation. But if he's just trying to work the referees, the officials, and on his Phil Jackson movement, then I got all the love because he's trying to gain an advantage, and that's you're trying to win.
That's what part of being a coach is. Yeah.
Right.
That Ninja again says travel, carry, whatever. The problem with NBA officiating right now, the inconsistent calls.
Agreed.
With refs and inconsistency with how players are officiated. Yeah, that's it. It's like you're a baseball player. Look, if that's a strike, okay, I can deal with it. But don't call it a strike sometimes on a ball, other times, because then I don't know what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, agreed. I think that's what really, and I always say for the NFL and the NBA, spot on. That Ninja is spot on when it comes to that. It's the consistency of this is a hold or this is a travel and you don't call it. And then, you get it called on your squad and you're like, wait a minute. So it just forces you to throw your hands up. The NBA is very loose when it comes to rules at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Going into every single game, I understand that. When I go to the G1C or I go to another NBA arena, I understand that. If I'm watching it on TV, I understand it. Again, if you're a traditionalist, though, I can also understand your argument.
Yeah, I will say I think that's one thing Doug Christie's done a good job of since he first took over here. Remember, he was having a dialogue with an official, and we were able to hear it because somebody was mic'd. He was kind of, yeah, okay, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's why we could hear it. He was berating, or not berating, but he was telling Keon, let him do his job. And
right.
He told the official, I'm trying to establish, a culture here where we don't complain about the officiating. And the Kings do complain sometimes, but I think they get less agitated about the officiating than they used to. And I think it's one of the things that helps them focus on playing the game.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest don't talk to referee guy. That's not me. Like, and
it's fun as long as you don't let it take you out of your game.
Right. And I understand you can go overboard, and I don't want to do this, but I'll use it because we're in Sacramento. A lot of times we saw DMC, DeMarcus go overboard in many different ways, and it takes away from the game. But I'm not that guy. Excuse me, as I'm struggling here. I'm not that guy as far as like, don't say something to the referees. I can't stand the fact, and I've said this before and I'll say it again. I hate the fact that the referee in the NBA and the NFL are above everything. I don't like that. They're human. They make mistakes. And once the NBA allows for referees to start being penalized in some form or fashion, I think the game will be better. And same thing with the NFL. it kills me that they are above everything, above reproach. I just don't like that.
The problem with that, not with what you said, but the way the officials enforce that is a guy like Draymond, and I know Jeff Van Gundy mentioned this, Draymond can yell and yell all he wants. But if Kyle Anderson says, hey, that was a foul,
tee him up.
Some guys have shorter leashes. The guys that should have the longer leashes sometimes have the shorter leashes. When we come back, tell you why the basketball nerd in me loves last night's box score. Drape's in here today, so we're going to dive headlong into last night's box score next with the Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you tired of your tee shots ending up in the adjoining fairway while the rest of your foursome is hitting it down the middle? Well, experts will tell you that being properly fitted for golf clubs will help you strike your drive center cut. The Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio and its team of trained PGA professionals are ready to help you get rid of your banana balls and duck hooks. Hagen Oaks Indoor-Outdoor Player Performance Studio fittings are available 7 days a week. Make yours today by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's March, and you're in luck because at Overhead Door Company of Sacramento, they're slam dunking the competition with unbeatable deals on overhead doors. Hey there, Jason Ross here, and whether you're upgrading your home just like we did or need a reliable, secure garage door, they've got the perfect match for you. And March is the perfect time for a fresh start. Take your home to the next level with high-quality doors that stand strong, look amazing, and are installed by trusted professionals. The winning results we got is more than we could have asked for, and you can do the same. So visit overheaddoorofsacramento.com today and check out their showroom as well. And when you do, mention me, Jason Ross, or Sactown Sports, and find out about the $150 off a new garage door with the purchase of a garage door opener. Your dream door, just like us, is a click away. You can call them at 916-421-3747. Overhead Door Company of Sacramento, the genuine, the original overhead door. Always look for the red ribbon logo.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sactown Sports 1140.
Live and local, it's the Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
I'm just looking at the box score from last night, and it is a thing of beauty. I think I may put it up on my brand new box score wall of fame, Jay. It's that good. I'm going to start saving the best box scores and posting them on my wall. We'll tell you why in just a moment, but first I want to let you know that 3:15, Jennifer Lee Chan is going to join us from NBC Sports Authentic to talk about what's going on with the 49ers. And all of a sudden, there's a lot going on with the 49ers.
Yeah, all of a sudden, man.
Yeah.
Like 16 things going on today. I said, we got to talk about it.
Yeah. Are they having cash concerns all of a sudden?
Yeah,
Adam
man.
Schefter suggesting they might be. So we'll see what Jennifer Lee Chan has to say about that. Devontae Adams, is he in the 49ers future? So we'll find out here. About 10 minutes, we'll talk to her on Sacktown Sports. As for last night, Jay, look at this. The shot distribution, again last night. Yeah, DeMar taking 15 shots, and Keegan took 10, and Jonas took 15, and Zach LaVine took 12, and Monk took 10, and they shot 52%. And they had 34 assists on 47 makes. This was a nice box score. These guys got it done last night against a bad team, but they were just hyper efficient.
A coach's dream, huh?
Yeah. Taking care of the ball, shooting the ball well, and defending and sharing the ball and making all their free throws 12 for 12. And I know it's just against an opponent that's not very good, but to me, there are signs that this team is with the toughest part of the schedule coming up here. They are finding their way. They're coming together. Zach LaVine talked about them being connected, and Keegan talked about the chemistry. We'll see how long it lasts, but they've come a long ways in a short time since they added all these new players.
Yeah, they have. And that was something of concern.
Yeah.
As I said, how soon we forget. Just a couple of weeks ago, we were talking about gelling, getting some practices in over the All-Star break. This team looking discombobulated in certain areas. Zach LaVine not operating at high level.
He needed to be more aggressive.
Yeah.
The offense was stagnating.
Come on, Malik.
Yeah.
We don't need so many turnovers. There's just so many different things that seems to have changed in a matter of minutes. And, we can really take a step back and look at it. Coach Christie called that starters meeting.
That's right.
And he said, hey, fellas, I need y'all to tighten up the ship just a little bit more. Don't let as much water come in, seep through the cracks. The one thing that also caught me when you look at the box score yesterday, and I need to pull it up, but I know a lot of the bench played more for Dallas when you look at the minutes, and you have it in your hand.
Right.
But all the starters, nobody had double digits, even though Kyrie was gone. I think he had the most, right?
Yeah,
for starters,
7.
They had
3, 6, 2, 5, and 7.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Like no starters had double digits for the Dallas Mavs.
Clay had 3 points.
Yeah, like it, love it.
And I know I mentioned this earlier, and I tweeted about it because I was so tickled by it. But the Kings with only 7 turnovers, they had one more turnover than Trey Lyles had assists. Trey Lyles had 6 assists, so this is just this is good stuff.
Yeah, go ahead and frame that one.
Yeah.
Frame that right now.
I'm going to hang this on Whitey's Wall of Fame for box scores.
Do we need to laminate it and all, or how does that go up on the wall?
Do you know anybody that can do that?
Yeah, maybe. I might have somebody for
All right. Yeah, that would be great. That would be tremendous.
Man.
Yeah.
Keep that one in the notebook for the rest of the season.
I will.
Because
I usually do that.
Yeah.
That's going to happen no matter what, even if it was a bad one.
You got a dictionary's worth over there. Britannica.
Yeah. It's just my system. My filing system needs work. Because, if you wanted a box score, I probably got it in here, but give me 15 minutes. I'm going to need that long.
You might have to, highlight a date or something on there. Yeah. Put it in an order, chronological order or something, Whitey.
It seems to me, to my eye, and I think some of the numbers bear this out, but this goes beyond the numbers. DeMar DeRozan is really having a stabilizing impact offensively. Last night he had 4 assists, and nobody had more shots than he did. But it's not that he's the best player necessarily. Zach LaVine is probably their biggest offensive threat. I think everyone would agree. But it just seems like it's evolved to the point now where when there are important possessions, and even in last night you had a few important possessions, but the ball goes through DeMar, and he's the one deciding what they're going to do. He didn't shoot all the time. A lot of times he will back down his opponent, especially if it's someone smaller. But the offense is kind of running through him more, especially now that Domas isn't there. And it just seems like something to my eye. I'm not there practice. Maybe it's something they've worked on, but it seems like it's kind of naturally evolved. Whereas before it was kind of like, all right, your shot. Okay, your turn. And now it looks like everything's kind of going through DeMar, but still everybody's the ball is moving and everyone's getting their shots.
Yeah, and I actually did have the opportunity to see the Kings broadcast last night. And towards the end, when the game was pretty much over, end of the third quarter, I remember Mark Jones and Katie talking about the stability that Deebo brought to the game. And I want to say early second quarter. Or maybe it's late first quarter, and there was a run when he had 6-8 points kind of in a row. Now, I forgive me if that was the end of the first or in second. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I remember the broadcast saying he kind of stabilized what the Kings were doing for them to go on and make that run, and so super interesting. It just shows how professional he is and how type of high caliber player he is. And that's something that, I think when they signed Deebo early in the season, that was something that they were looking forward to.
Yeah. And I know Doug has been talking a lot about playing for your teammates, but that's just talk until the players actually are able to do it. But you can see clearly there's a level of trust there. Like there's no resentment when the ball goes through Deebo because he's not doing it because I got to get mine. I'll be honest, to my eye, there were times this year when De'Aaron Fox was cognizant of how many points he had, especially late in games that were one-sided. And, he was aiming for a shot maybe at All-NBA. Can't blame him for that. But there's nothing like that now. Maybe that wasn't there. Maybe I'm misreading. But now there's no misunderstanding anything like that. Because, Zach LaVine got 12 shots and scored 22 points. It's like that's hyper efficient.
Yeah, simplifying. Coach Christie has talked about simplifying a few things, and another part of it is just gelling. You're starting to get a better idea of who wants it and when they want it and when you go to that person, when you go to that player. Just a team that's maturing and seems to be getting better together. Like I said, they're gelling a little better. And Coach Christie, he talked about it here. He's talked about it in the press conferences, pre and post. I want to simplify certain things. I think we need to simplify, get back to just really playing basketball. We hear coaches talk about it all the time. And I think coaches really, implementing the plan.
Sports fan chiming in with a good point. Let's wait until they play Denver before we say they gelled or connected. It was Utah and Dallas, guys. Yes, but it was also Houston in Houston.
Yeah.
But you're right.
Yeah. But I also say this. Ain't nobody around, and here we go. No one around here is talking about Golden State beating up on Charlotte and Utah and everything else. They got a W. At this point, the rest of the games, and I think Dallas has 19 or 20 more games. They're going to be already hobbled. Everybody's looking to play Dallas right now. It's a get right game.
Yeah.
Same thing with Utah. It's a get right game.
And another thing, Jay,
take care of business.
But to your point, who was the one member of the Kings who was all league third team last year?
Domas.
Where was he last night?
He wasn't there.
He wasn't even there.
Right. Come on now. So it's a give and take situation, Whitey, and I think that's what you're talking about.
Just the signs are good as coming together.
Yeah.
Clearly it's a work in progress. And we're going to learn a lot tomorrow. But you know what? Even if they play a clunker tomorrow, you still, with this road trip, the way they played, when they come back home, you can still feel good about things going forward, as long as you take care of your business at home.
Right.
So it's just a lot of positive signs.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's nothing wrong with giving a pat on the back or cheering it up or, shouting somebody out because they went and got 3 on the road, no matter where it is.
Right. That doesn't clinch you anything, but it's good.
Yeah, of course. It's all positives. Being a positive mark. And if they're not going to go undefeated for the rest of the season. Well, no one's saying that. No one's also saying they're going to walk in and beat Boston and OKC and Milwaukee and everything else in a row. We're not saying that, and no one else is going to do that for the rest of the season. No one right now is going undefeated 22-0, 21-0, 20-0 for the rest of the season. So celebrate the wins, talk about the losses, and hopefully you have a few more on the left and the right.
Yep. And strap in and enjoy the roller coaster ride. If you're a Kings fan, you know how these things can go. And right now, it's very enjoyable. When we come back, Jennifer Lee Chan from NBC Sports Authentic. What's going on here with the 49ers and cash considerations? Are they ever going to get this Purdy deal done? Is Devontae Adams in the 49ers' future? We'll find out next. Sacktown Sports.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. New Hondas are piling up, and that means big savings for you.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
All guests come to you from the Folsom Lake Honda hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Danzig live. With special guests Down, Aboth, and Chromax. Saturday, March 22nd, 6 p.m., the venue at Thunder Valley. On sale now. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Don't miss Danzig.
One ticket, 2 huge shows. The Sacramento Boat Show plus the Big RV Show. Multiple dealers discounting all the best brands. Hundreds of wakeboard boats, fishing boats, and pontoon boats. Acres and acres of travel trailers, fifth wheel, toy hauler, and motorhome. Plus ATVs too. 2 shows, 1 massive event. The Sacramento Boat Show, plus the Big RV Show. March 6th through 9th at Sacramento's Cal Expo. Find discounts at 2hugeshows.com.
At Valley Strong Credit Union, we know that local businesses are the backbone of the Central Valley, investing in our neighborhoods, boosting the economy, making the Valley stronger. But when it comes to their finances, where can they turn? A big bank that just sees another number? That's not good enough. Valley businesses deserve Valley support for payroll, credit, cash flow, and everything in between. Valley Business is Valley Strong. Learn how our cash management services can support your business at valleystrong.com.
The Drive Guys, live and local, every afternoon, Monday through Friday on Sacktown Sports.
Kings with a big win last night. They got Denver tomorrow night. De'Aaron Fox going to be in town on Friday. Baseball season with Major League Baseball coming to Sacramento gets underway in, what is it, there are 30-something days now? So, of course, Jay and I talking about the National Football League because it is omnipresent. And there may or may not be some things going on with the 49ers right now concerning their finances. Let's see if we can't find out what's going on. Nice enough to join us, NBC Sports Authentic 49er insider and host, Jennifer Lee Chan. Jennifer, you've been busy these days. Is there any offseason for an NFL reporter these days?
There's never any offseason. There's that 6-week span in the middle of June after like OTAs, rookie minicamp. There's a little break there, but other than that, it's always a go.
Yes.
And now that the season's 17 games long, 18 weeks, it just pushes that right up into the Super Bowl and then the Combine. So yeah, it's been a whirlwind.
Well, we appreciate your time, especially when you've been so busy. Are the 49ers planning any kind of tightening of the belt because of cap or cash flow concerns? I know Adam Schefter said some things on McAfee today that led people to wonder what's going on with the 49ers financially.
I mean, I don't think anything's changed since John Lynch spoke to us last week at the Combine, and he said, hey, there's got to be a retooling, there's got to be kind of a recalibration. They're not going to just keep spending tons of money on these huge contracts. I mean, they have 6 guys at the top of their position in pay. So you've got Christian McCaffrey, Trent Williams, Nick Bosa, and Kyle Juszczyk, who are at the top paid at their position. Then Fred Warner is number 2, George Kittle's number 3. So, I mean, at some point, there's not enough money to go around. And then they have to plan for Brock Purdy's future, whether it happens now, whether it's after a franchise tag or whenever it will be. He is going to get paid at some point, and they need to plan for that.
Jennifer, and I think that's the elephant in the room, of course, talking about Brock Purdy. And it looks like, we know the math. He can play on $5 million this year. And as you said, franchise tag $41 next year. But you always want to kind of take care of your quarterback. And I think the 49ers may be looking for some good press. As of today, March 4th? Does it get done this year? Or you think we might be looking next year?
I mean, I think it does get done. Yeah, there was all this talk about, no guarantees and recalibration. And I didn't take it as, okay, we're going to change our business model completely. I think they are an organization that takes care of their players. And when you take care of your players, you get your best from them. So you have guys like, Fred Warner and George Kittle who play their hearts out for the team. It's just unfortunate that last year when they gave Trent Williams, Brandon Ayuk and Christian McCaffrey extensions, that they all got injured. I mean, that's not their fault. It's kind of bad luck, really. So, I mean, the money going out wasn't producing plays on the field. So I think they have to take care of their players like Brock Purdy. I mean, everybody in the locker room loves him. They know what he brought to the team. And I think they have to, just to keep the morale of the roster, with the 49ers going forward.
Mm-hmm. Jennifer Lee Chan with us from NBC Sports Bay Area. How is the trade of Deebo going to benefit the 49ers, Jennifer? Why didn't they just wait and then just let him go?
Well, I mean, they got a 5th-round pick, and you know how those 5th-round picks have been for the 49ers. So I think that's a big one for them. They wanted to get something, and, if they released him, they weren't going to get anything and still get hit with that $31 million cap hit this year. So no matter which way they went, it's going to cost them money. But the fact that they get a 5th-round pick where they didn't have it before, I think that means a lot. I was thinking it was going to be a day 3, 5th, 6th, or 7th, and I think with the 5th, they got lucky. I think it's also great for Deebo Samuel. I think he's going to actually have a really good year with the Commanders. Jaden Daniels is an upcoming quarterback. It's a team that's a contender. He doesn't have to be wide receiver 1. Terry McLaurin's there. He's the wide receiver 1. Deebo Samuel is not a guy who gets, free in man coverage. So he's there as a weapon, and that's when he has been his best, right? When Brandon Ayuk has been healthy, when they've had a wide receiver there like Emmanuel Sanders in 2019. When there's attention on a wide receiver 1, Deebo Samuel can do his magic and get those yards after the catch and yards after contact.
Jennifer, the 49ers, albeit thankfully, have went all in, and they just haven't been able to raise the trophy at the end of the season. What's your take and what are you hearing? I don't believe that they would try to take a step back to take a step forward. Are they still all in?
Oh, absolutely. I do think they are. I mean, otherwise they would be letting go of guys that already are have many years on their contracts. So, just like I spoke about earlier with those guys that are on those high paid contracts, they just have to balance it out with young guys. And they did a good job last year with the draft class. A lot of guys that were contributing. And I think, if they get lucky again, there is some luck involved. They have a good producing draft class again. I think that propels them into the future. I think they always want to win now, but then they also have to think about, years coming up when guys like George Kittle, who's 31, Trent Williams is getting, a little bit older as well. Those guys, when, they get older, they've got to have guys that will take over in those spots. They've found unique players in Fred Warner and Christian McCaffrey, and, they've got to keep that roster churning. So that means bringing in young players that are less expensive from the draft.
Catching up with JLC, Jennifer Lee Chan, NBC Sports Authentic 49er Insider. Jennifer, I know you and Matt Mayoko have been talking about the receiver situation and whether Ayuk would be traded. But let me ask you this. Do you think 49er fans should be excited about the fact that Devontae Adams is available? Because, fans being fans, we get so excited. Oh, he's great. They should get him. Any chance of that actually happening?
I mean, it just depends on Devontae Adams and what he's willing to take. Now that he's been released, he can, work out a less expensive 1-year deal, 2-year deal. I mean, really, they are going to need a veteran to be a bridge until Brandon Ayuk is healthy. Brandon Ayuk's ACL, it wasn't just an ACL. There's some other damage in there, and that happened in week 7. So when is he going to be ready? It's definitely not going to be at the beginning of the year. So, they have healthy receivers. They've got Juwan Jennings, who proved he could be really effective last year. Ricky Pearsall, who probably will be much more productive, having a full offseason this year. Jacob Cowing, they want him to take the next step. So, it's 3 guys that are not necessarily household names. I think Devontae Adams would bring a little clout to that room, bring some leadership, some veteran mindset. So it just depends on how much he's willing to take. I know the Bay Area is his home, so, does he want to do a hometown discount? This is a guy who's made some money in the past, so he's able to do it. So, I mean, if he's willing to work out a deal, I don't think the 49ers would ever say no.
Joined by Jennifer Lee Chan of NBC, of course, 49ers Insider. Jennifer, I think it's about a week ago, you had posted something. So many updates, and one of the things that I found super interesting was Drake Jackson update, and you spoke about him. Can you tell everybody your thoughts on Drake Jackson and, of course, moving forward here for Drake being part of the 49ers?
Oh yeah, it's one that like it hurts to talk about it because he had so much promise coming out of USC. He had a couple different defensive coordinators. Was he going to have a hand in the dirt? Was he going to be an upright pass rusher? And he's a guy that Nick Bosa said, "Man, I wish I could do some of the things he does." But then he can get around the edge when he's healthy. Is really one of the things that made him stand out to Chris Kasarik and John Lynch when they drafted him. But his knee has been an issue. It's a patellar tendon issue, which is something that 50% of players don't come back from. So Weston Richburg's career ended when he tore his patellar tendon in that 2019 New Orleans Saints game. Mike McGlinchey talks about how he's dealt with one and he still feels pain in his knee. So it's something that's really tough for guys to come back from. And so, hoping, of course, that Drake Jackson is able to play in the NFL, before it's too late. And, I hope he has a recovery where he is the other side of the 50%. But that's a tough one to come back from. And obviously, John Lynch did not sound too positive about him making his way back. He's had some tough setbacks in the recovery. And John Lynch did not sound positive about him being able to play in 25.
Jennifer, we appreciate your time. We know you're busy and, you deserve some R&R here at some point. So thank you for great 49er coverage, NBCSportsBayArea.com. Jennifer Lee Chan, she does the pod with Matt Mayoko. Thanks. We appreciate it very much, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right. Sounds good. Good to be on.
Yep, we appreciate it. By the way, here's a deal on the 49ers finances per Tim Kawakami, who has a handle on these things. This is what he posted over the weekend. He said, people get confused about this, but just to be clear, the 49ers issue, according to John Lynch, it's not about staying under the cap. It's about cash flow. The 49ers have been paying bonuses cash on long-term deals, and now they're focused more on cutting all the money spent. So the cap thing is really not, I always think anyway, football team, salaries, the cap. They're in good shape with the cap, but they've just been paying out a ton of bonuses. And apparently there are some people in the higher reaches of the organization that are saying, whoa. So maybe that comes into play here on Brock Purdy, or maybe that's just a whole nother situation entirely, but they got leverage on Brock in that they don't have to extend him now. Sounds like they want to, but they don't have to, and they don't lose him if they don't come to an agreement.
No. And to even, I guess, to further exemplify that is, we've heard that the York family is interested in selling a small percentage of the 49ers. And I believe Kawakami, and Jennifer and Matt Mayoko and Matt Barrows, friends of the show, they've all kind of spoken about just exactly what you said is there's a difference between, and we all know this, spending something versus credit, or actually spending that money and actually having to cash someone out. And so it's going to be interesting moving forward. And that's why I asked Jennifer, the one thing that the 49ers have been is all in. They've been all in, especially since Lynch has kind of been around. He's not really, okay, let's reshuffle the deck and take a year off or two. He's like, nah, we're going to reshuffle the deck and we still going to win the championship, trying to win the championship. And so that's why it's hard, because they haven't been able to hoist that trophy yet, but they've definitely been all in.
Meanwhile, Saquon Barkley just signed a big fat deal.
Big money.
We'll look at that. Also, how can Kings keep winning? Can they keep winning without Domas? That more with the Drive Guys as we roll on next on Sacktown Sports.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
And now a brief history of the garage door. Garage doors could date back to 450 BC when chariots were stored in gatehouses. Here in the States, they became a thing around the start of the 20th century. You could find a float-over door in a catalog way back in 1906. National Garage Door has been around since 1974. They're family-owned and operated, so you can trust them to solve any garage door issues you may have. Squeaky door, malfunctioning door, or a need for a new door, which is what prompted us to give them a call, 916-638-4554. At National Garage Door Service is their number one priority. I've witnessed that commitment in my own home, certainly in our garage. National Garage Door sells quality Rainer branded garage doors. They are the nation's BSE broken spring experts. So if you have a garage door that looks and sounds like it dates back to 450 BC, National Garage Door can help. Whether it's a garage door tune-up, repair, or replacement you need, they'll take care of you at National Garage Door. 916-638-4554. That's 916-638-4554. National Garage Door.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Save Mart and McKee Brothers Plumbing and Rooter Incorporated. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
There's nothing quite as serene and beautiful as our Sacramento rivers. It's something we can all take pride in. But just one piece of litter can ruin the picture. I'm Alan Stiles from Sacktown Sports. Let's work together to keep our community beautiful and make Sacramento litter-free. Clean rivers don't just mean beauty. They mean healthy fish, safe swimming, and a vibrant ecosystem. So remember, be river-friendly. Every little action makes a huge impact. Visit BeRiverFriendly.net now to be a part of the difference.
Meanwhile at Xfinity. Okay, huddle up. Do you realize how many fans stream basketball? It's madness.
But real fans stream with Xfinity Internet.
Totally. We've engineered the fastest connection.
With reduced buffering and low lag.
'Cause making streaming better is what we do!
Yeah!
Yeah!
Can we let go now? It's really not a huddle with two people.
Switch to Xfinity Internet and stream live sports from the best seat in the house. Bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Actual speed vary, not guaranteed.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sacktown Sports.
Before we get right back to the Kings, how about it, Jay? The 49ers, Devontae Adams, you in?
I'm in.
Halfway, are you?
I'm in, yeah. For sure.
Problem is, he's going to say, I'm going to go to the Chargers or the Rams.
Why are you saying that?
Give him a hometown discount because he loves L.A.
Okay.
Like Randy Newman.
Okay.
And I think the Chargers especially will give him, they're more in a position to give him whatever he wants. You know, they need help there more than the Niners do. The Niners could sure use it. So, like Jennifer Lee Chan just said, yeah, if he's like, I really want to play there, let's work some out. Great. But other than that, and there's no reason to assume he really wants to play here, I think he's going to go elsewhere. I just hope it's not the they've got their quarterback thing all figured out. Maybe the Raiders get him back and they get Aaron Rodgers.
Probably I believe that when I see it. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Wouldn't it be interesting though if Aaron Rodgers goes there?
It would.
You know, he picks up the phone and say, "Hey, Devontae,
yeah,
any shot you want to come back to the Allegiant?" He's probably like, "Nah, I've been there, done that."
I don't know. Maybe to play with this guy, maybe.
Yeah.
The whole thing with him is wherever he gets his Taco Bell in his house. You know, if it's
he's got that.
Yeah,
he's good.
Yeah. But he's got to move. He's got to get a new house. So it's like Taco Bell holds all the cards here. Hey, if you go to the 49ers, we'll put a Taco Bell in your house. But if you go somewhere else, we're not gonna. So that's I don't think that's being discussed enough.
Maybe
it's not.
I'm pretty sure.
The reason why it's not being discussed.
I'm pretty sure his real residence has the Taco Bell, and the rest of these houses he just ran. He's just jumping around.
Yeah, you're probably right. Jay, we already heard from some fans today talking about how well the Kings played without Domantas Sabonis. You know, it's going to be another better part of a week before they even reevaluate him. Can the Kings keep winning without Domantas Sabonis? At what point are they going to really start to miss him, in your professional opinion? I think they're going to miss him against Denver. I think against San Antonio, you might be okay without him. The main thing is just make sure when he's back, he's good to go.
Yeah. I think the next game tomorrow, I think you're right. It sure would have been fun to run out the big Trojan and DeMontis at Jokic, because Jokic's got to come off the floor sooner or later. So I would have loved to see that. But
the king size combo?
Yeah, the king size combo, baby. I think you're going to see a little bit of miss tomorrow. Yeah, you'll see it. And the other part, too, is, Domas does the dirty work. He does so much for the Kings that goes unnoticed. And a lot of times you're asking about the points and the rebounds, but he just does a lot of dirty work, a lot of fighting in the inside. And so he's going to be missed every single game, but I think we'll notice tomorrow very quickly.
Yeah, I hope not, but I think you're right. I have another metric here, and I'm not going to go into how it works because I don't understand it. ESPN has a new thing called net points, and it's some system for evaluating players that takes everything into account. So rather than waste a lot of time on how they actually come up with these numbers, here are the net points leaders in the NBA this season, according to this supposedly all-encompassing analytic stat. Number 1 is Jokic. Number 2 is Shea. Number 3 is Karl Anthony Towns. Number 4 in the whole association is Jason Tatum. Number 5 is Şengün. 6 is Jared Allen. And 7th in the whole ball of wax is Domantas Sabonis in the entire NBA. So it's incredible that the Kings, I know it's only been, not even 2 full games, but they've posted 2 wins without this guy already.
Yeah. And that's what you have to do. Sometimes you have to play without your star. He's not the only one being missed in the NBA. Got to do what you got to do. Suck it up, fellas, and move forward. So no one's feeling sorry for the Sacramento Kings because Domantas Sabonis is out. And just like I preach, no one's feeling sorry for any other team the Kings play. He's got to take care of business. I will say this, though. Domantas sure is finding himself in top 5, top 10 on some of the strangest different stats and analytics out in the NBA.
The stranger the analytic, the higher on the list he is.
VORP, and what was this one?
This is called net points.
Net points. Okay.
And this article here, I think Dean Oliver put it together, and I think he used to be in the Kings organization as an analytics guy.
Really?
Yeah.
How the hell you know that?
I just remember the name.
Really?
Yeah.
Man. I don't remember that at
He
all.
might have been here when George Karl was here. I'll have to look it up.
Look at you, Whitey. The legendary Whitey Gleason.
Legendary Dean Oliver.
I was getting ready to ask before you put the name to the article, who the heck has this type of time to put together some of these advanced stats?
Analytics people, I think. I don't know enough about it to be an analytics person, but you come up with some new number, and for them it's like, it is freaking Christmas Day.
Let's
go.
Yeah, you made
What are you doing today? I'm looking at these new VORP numbers. And it's great. They come up with some really interesting stuff.
Yeah.
And some of it leaves you, like an ice cream headache. I don't
a brain freeze.
I can't go there.
VORP, man. What's VORP again? One more time. Something
VORP,
of replacement.
Of course, is don't you, Ramsey, what VORP is? Tell him.
What's VORP, man?
Value over replacement player.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right.
Yeah. I'll tell you another thing that's interesting. And again, no one here, I know Jason not saying this, no one here is saying they don't need Domas. They're fine without him because they're not.
No.
It's just like you're waiting for that other shoe to drop. But that said, Valanciunas is a pretty good passer.
Yeah, he's balling, man.
Yeah.
He's doing his thing. He is a bona fide starter in this league. And we've heard Antonio Daniels. We've heard other, I can't remember if it was Mr. Lopez or who the heck, Tony Graffinini. Guys like that who popped on is like, man, you're going to love Valanciunas. This is my favorite player of all time. Hated to see him go. Just does so many different things for a team to win. It's not a slight. It's not a slight. And that's why I say, how soon we forget. Just 3 weeks ago, people were around here crying.
Yeah.
Now you got JV out here, who is your backup big man, putting up starter numbers.
By the way, Aaron says, I'm in data analytics. The struggle is real trying to get people to understand the numbers.
Yeah.
Thank you, Aaron.
Yeah.
I'm not making fun of you. I'm making fun of myself. It's like some of the stuff, you lost me.
Yeah, I've never tried to dive too deep into it. I'm more of a trust my eye guy and how you play, but I do think there are some things that you can learn from analytics, but I'm also the type of person that say you can change any type of number to make it worth your while. You could spin a number to make it negative. You can spin a number to be positive. And so I also trust my eye and trust my heart, trust my gut a little more than analytics.
Well, I think when it comes to baseball, that's really where analytics started making inroads first, as far as sports go. And the smartest people that I've read and the smartest people that I've heard talk about it, they all say you need both. You need scouts and their opinions, and then the analytics together. One or the other doesn't get it done. It's just another tool that will help you. But for some reason, it's gotten a really bad reputation because I think there's so many things with analytics that have driven teams and coaches to make decisions that are kind of they're counterintuitive. You see them doing it's like that. What? That's wrong. Why are you doing that? Baseball makes sense in analytics because it's so pitcher, batter. He hits it, then it's a fielder. But in basketball and football, it's like everybody moving around
so much
at the
motion.
Same time. I don't know how you parse it out.
It's definitely one of those things where you either believe in it to a high and consider it a high value, or as you said, it's just a tool, part of your tool shed that you rely on certain things. And there are different variations and different beliefs of how you look at analytics. It's a super interesting topic. I think that's been fairly new to sports over the last decade or so. And as you said, baseball is definitely I think they put the entrance of analytics was brought from baseball guys, bright minds, as we look at some of these general managers, and as they were called, Harvard guys, Yale guys, Ivy League guys, meaning general managers who stepped into the front offices of baseball teams. And so it's just one of them things. I think if you, for what it's worth, it's a great tool. If you believe everything is built off of analytics, then I'm not one of your guys. As Will say, after a minute, I'm not going to be one of your guys.
Lawrence Dean Oliver, American statistician and coach, prominent contributor to the Advanced Statistical Evaluation of Basketball.
That's a lot.
More recently, Oliver has served in front office roles with the Sacramento Kings.
Look at Oliver.
Seattle Sonics, Denver Nuggets of the NBA. Yeah, I think he was the guy there when George Karl was here. But anyway.
Give me his title one more time.
According to this, Lawrence Dean Oliver is an American statistician and coach and a prominent contributor to the Advanced Statistical Evaluation of Basketball.
Dang.
So he's been, I guess, for some teams, he's been their, I don't know what they call it, but he's been their analytics guy.
Put that on a business
card.
card.
Of analytics,
See, business cards are kind of like dinosaurs. Every now and then you catch one, but try to put all that on a business card or a QR code.
Yeah, but he also played Division III college basketball.
Where
at the historically, it says here, wind-challenged California Institute of Technology.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. SoCal. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got you.
Play
who?
Huh?
He hooped?
Yes.
Okay.
And he earned a PhD in statistical applications in environmental science. So anyway.
That's what's up.
Yeah. If you care about that, it's right there at ESPN.com today. And yeah, whatever means they have for determining these numbers, Domas ranks very, very highly. So things are going well right now. And, people have wondered here today in the chateau, why don't the Kings go out and sign another big? And I think they brought Scal up, and you don't want to sign another big like Kai Jones was great last night for the Mavericks.
He did his thing.
But he wouldn't come here because it's like I'm not going to get to play, and then when Domas comes back, you don't need me.
Yeah.
So they're just trying to hold things down until Domas is back, which hopefully isn't too far down the road.
Yeah, they're just patching it up.
Yeah.
There's a little hole in the boat, and they're trying to patch it up. Hence why they brought up Scal on a 10-day.
Yeah.
You see Isaac Jones, even though he played at last game in Stockton. Well, that'd be last game in Stockton for sure over the weekend, or was that Friday? If I'm not mistaken, is it Friday or Saturday? He's quickly right back with the big ball club, and so they're definitely trying to patch it up. And for everything that we know, we haven't heard any updates. I don't know if you have. I haven't reached out, hit no sources because Jay don't do all of that. But it sounds like a week. Then they'll reevaluate. Right now, we're a couple of days in. We'll see how it plays out. I think with a hamstring, one thing about it is you got to be very, very careful about how you go about it. And so when I saw that week, I said, yeah, that sounds very like thinking you're going to be able to bounce back in a week from a hamstring. That's wishful thinking.
Right. Yeah. Because if you mistreat that hamstring, twang.
Yeah.
She'll just skip down on you.
Right.
As soon as you get back and you're left holding the bag wondering what happened. A fan streamed out of the American Airlines Center in the third quarter. Who could blame them? We'll look at the other side of that Kings win last night next on Sacktown Sports.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for my good friends at American Energy. It's cold, and American Energy wants you to stay warm and make sure your system's operating safely. Here's the deal. A $49 tune-up inspection, which is regularly $119. That's a full safety and duct inspection. But guess what? If your system's over 10 years old, the tune-up is on them. That's right. It's free. Give them a call right now. $50 off your first recommended repair. And if you need a new furnace, half off the price of a new unit. Oh, by the way, breaking news, they're hiring right now. Here's the deal. They'll train you, full benefits, generous incentive-based pay. Just call today for more details at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Not only great deals from American Energy, but possibly a new career for you. Check them out at theaeway.com for an instant quote and tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Hey, not to be dramatic, but you should smell this. Smells so good.
Whoa, that's quite the reaction to mixing and matching Gain scents. Let's hear another from Ashley, who mixed Gain products and went,
I'm so excited.
yes, you are. What about you, Isaiah?
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. And Emily summed it up like so.
It's just chef's kiss.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Mix, match, more happy with Gain.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, $149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, because this deal's for a limited time. $149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less, hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
First thing, there are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on there.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with auto pay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply for J.D. Power 2024 award information. Visit jdpower.com/awards.
Everyone has a past, but what happens if you've made mistakes and made good on that past, but it keeps following you? Are you looking for an attorney to erase past records and restore your rights? Maybe even restore your gun rights? Do you need a reputable criminal defense attorney who knows even good people make bad mistakes? Well, the attorneys at Gonzalez Law Office are here to help. Find Gonzalez Law Office online at saclegaldefense.com or call them at 916-304-9187. We don't settle for less, and neither should you.
Jodeci, the iconic multi-platinum R&B group, performing all your favorite hits. Live in concert, Jodeci, with special guest In Vogue and Father MC. Friday, March 28th at the venue at Thunder Valley. Tickets on sale now. Visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Jodeci, live.
The only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sacktown Sports.
What do you think? Where do you have the Kings finishing? 6th or in the play-in? Where do you have them finishing? 339-1140 1-800-920-1140. Jay, I'm sticking with the 6th spot because before the season started, when we did our round table downstairs, we all went around the room and, we had Alan there and Jay Ross and Drapes, and we all made our predictions. And I said at the time, the Kings are going to be 6th. And then a few weeks ago at the All-Star break, they gave everybody a chance to, redo your predictions. What do you predict now? And I said 6th in October, and I'm saying 6th now.
Standing on
So
it.
I'm sticking with it.
Oh,
They're going to
boy.
finish 6th. And right now, I know the schedule is daunting, but they're half a game out of 6th. So I'm feeling pretty good about that. So I'm sticking with they're going to end up 6th.
Nothing wrong with that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm going to say falling at 7-8. I think they're going to fall in at 7-8.
If you had to pick one or the other, which would you pick? 7 or 8?
Ooh, it doesn't really matter. I'd say 8.
Okay.
Yeah, doesn't matter as long as they play. I know you have to go on the road.
This is Mr. Positive over there.
Well, it's got to be realistic.
I
too,
know.
though.
I'm
got to be realistic.
Yeah.
And hopefully I'm wrong.
339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Got any thoughts on the Kings as far as where they're going to end up? Love to get an idea of where the optimism is right now, because right now they're playing well, but tough one tomorrow. By the way, I was looking up some things about Jonas Valanciunas today, Basketball Reference, and I don't know if you've ever seen this, Jay, but the nicknames they have for players at Basketball Reference, some of them are like obvious that you've heard of, and then there's other ones that make you go, where in the world did that come from?
Jonas Valanciunas.
According to Basketball Reference, Jonas Valanciunas' nicknames are JV, that's what everyone calls him, Lithuanian Lightning.
Never heard that.
I haven't either, but it makes sense. But it's like, I don't think so. And third and finally, Big Science.
The Big Science?
Have you ever heard that?
Shaq must have said that. The Big
close.
Science?
There's a story. I looked it up because I was like, what in the world is that? How is Jonas Valanciunas nicknamed Big Science? There's an
the
article
chemistry or something?
No. There's an article, SI.com has the 11 goofiest NBA nicknames of Basketball Reference. And one of them is Jonas Valanciunas Big Science. We must never call him that, however, because he got the nickname from Drake.
What?
Yes.
Come on.
Drake gave Valanciunas the nickname while handling the player introduction duties before the Raptors played the Nets in December of 2014. The Raptors won the game 105-89, 16 points, 10 rebounds from Big Science. When Drake introduced him, he said, he's a 7-foot center from Lithuania. We've given him the street moniker of Big Science. Number 17, Jonas Valanciunas. And that
Big
was it.
Science.
So
he threw it out there once and it stuck?
Well, at least Basketball Reference took note of it. I don't know if it stuck. I wouldn't mind bringing it back, except it was Drake. We can't be quoting Drake.
Yeah,
After what he did to DeMar's jersey.
Yeah, you definitely can't. You're going to find yourself on the wrong end of the spectrum out here in Sacramento, California, and a lot of the NBA if you rocking with Drake when it comes to the Big Science.
Yeah, Big Science.
Yeah,
There's
I
some
don't
crazy,
know.
crazy, crazy.
Yeah,
nicknames
I
in Basketball
mean,
Reference.
yeah, I don't know where he came up with that.
He thought
Drake
it was,
being
yeah,
Drake.
Drake being Drake. Yeah. I'm just telling you, I'm not saying we need to call him that. I'm just saying if you ever have occasion to check Basketball Reference,
Yeah.
Dean Oliver's on there all the time, by the way.
The big Trojan dude.
If you see it, well, Big Science, what's that? There you go.
That's my
the
guy.
story.
Okay.
Last night, we're somewhat shielded from this now, but the Kings have been no strangers, unfortunately, to dysfunction over the years, to fan dissatisfaction. Right now, things are looking good, but the epicenter of fan dissatisfaction right now is Dallas, Texas. Last night, third quarter, fans were streaming out of the American Airlines Center.
Yeah, they were.
And, just what a miserable night. I don't know if you saw at the end of the game, they showed there was like 4 Kings fans there, and they were going,
Yes, I saw it.
Good for them.
Yep, saw it.
It wasn't loud because just a few of them. But right behind the lady who was chanting, there was another lady who was a Mavs fan, and she was like, ugh, with her chin in her hand there, and she looked miserable. And that was a miserable night there for Mavericks fans.
Yeah, I'm glad because, like I said, most of them are Dallas Cowboy fans. Look, Whitey, one thing I'm not going to do, I don't feel bad for no other fan club, fan base, none of that. This is sports. if there's any time to hate, we talk about it when it comes to sports. I don't give a damn about the Dallas Mavericks fans being sad. I'm glad you're sad. I'm glad you're sad. As I said, half of y'all Dallas Cowboy fans anyway. So take it how you get it.
Well, I get that, but I think to a degree fans have to stick together.
No.
In this sense, when you have an organization that is doing fans wrong, I think we all need to a degree to say, hey, that's not right. We got your back. I don't care if they're Dallas fans or, I mean, Cowboy fans is a little different than Laker fans. But you know what I mean? It's like these poor people, their team goes to the finals, and I know everybody knows this. And then the next year, Luka's hurt, but that's okay. We'll make a run here. And wait, what? They pull off the trade that people didn't even think was real. And then, yesterday, after all that, they announced, yes, we're raising ticket prices.
Yeah.
And then on top of that Kyrie injury, which was just hard to look at and is sad and I don't know if it's tragic per se. It was very, very sad.
Yeah.
And now Anthony Davis. Yeah, I think I'm done.
I'm out of here.
I have some sympathy for those fans, Jay. Maybe you don't, but I do.
No, I don't. I think you're just being nice. This is where I have sympathy for fans. Is when your organization is getting ready to pack up the bag and leave the city. That's, we just saw it here with the Sacramento A's.
Right.
Those things are where I have sympathy.
Some people think that may be what's going on here.
Yeah. Well, then I'll begin to have sympathy if we start to hear that. And it has some legs. Right now, look, brand new owner. You guys just went to the Western Conference Finals. You just went to the finals, albeit you didn't win. They just won the championship, 14 years ago? I ain't got no sympathy for y'all. Forget that. Do the Dallas Maverick fans have sympathy for the Sacramento Kings fans? Hell no. No. So why am I being sympathetic for them?
I could be a better person than them.
You're right.
Still have
You're
some
right.
sympathy for
And
that.
you're a better person than me, Mr. Gleason. That's why you're legendary.
But also, look at the contrast. Dallas trading the face of the franchise.
Yep.
Just, in the middle of the night, almost like hoping no one's going to notice. And
on a Saturday evening?
Yeah. If you're a Dallas fan, you have to question whether the organization values any of the things that to you as a fan are sacred.
Yeah, agreed.
And the Kings just traded the face of their franchise. And he's coming back this week. But you know what? Things are looking pretty good. It's incredible. Isn't it?
It is.
Seriously.
Right. That's why I said I don't have no sympathy for other fan bases who have went through. The Kings have done absolutely nothing for decades in certain instances. And minus a blip on the radar here, year to year, whatever, we still talk about the legendary teams here within a 6-7 year space, a range, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, they made the playoffs in the 80s once. They made the playoffs 06, whatever. They snuck one in 2 years ago, people could say. And so, yeah, we've been dealing with a lot of losing here for Sacramento Kings fans. Let me tell you, I've never, not one time, anybody's ever picked up the phone, friends, family, no one that I've come across in the business and been like, you know what, Jay, man, I sure feel sorry for you.
Well, we're hearing from people now that are saying, Whitey, no, they didn't feel badly for us. I'm not going to feel badly for them.
How many,
Kristen,
how many times has anybody picked up the phone and said, you know what, Whitey, man, you sure being a stalwart of Sacramento for so long, and I would love for you just to experience a championship. Has the Dodger fan ever picked up and say, you know what, Whitey, the Friar tucking you, San Diego Padre fan, we're going to gift you one of these championships.
Right.
Absolutely
right.
not.
Okay. I'll give you that. I'll grant you that. But my larger point, I think, still stands, which is Dallas traded the face of the franchise,
right?
And they're in total disarray.
They are.
The Kings traded the face of the franchise, and things are looking up.
Well, yeah, say that. There's a better way to get to it than me feeling bad for the Dallas Mavericks fans.
That quest is like I read it wrong.
You went on a tour, a double-decker bus tour.
Yeah, it's like, oh man.
Yeah, no, now that I'm wholeheartedly, because there is something to the effect of this, because we've all been in this position, we've been in this situation, and I talked about organization, packing up the bags and leaving. There have been some organizational movement where it's like, man, that sucks.
Yeah. What
That's
does it
tough,
say?
right?
What, is it MapQuest when you're off the rest? It says return
Turn.
to route. Something like that. It's like return to route. Return to route. I don't know where the route is. That's why I can't return to
But
it.
I will say, I in full circle, when the rug is pulled from under you, as a fan of sports, as a fan of players, as a fan of teams, it is difficult to deal with. And so I do have some empathy for a fan who that has happened to.
In general.
We're just talking about in general terms. Yeah. But as far as for the Mavs fans, hell no. Glad y'all taking that loss over there.
We have a chicken or the egg question on the Kings and chemistry next as we bask in the afterglow of that big Kings win over those miserable people from Dallas.
Right.
Drive Guys on Sacktown Sports.
Realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast?
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers. T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
They say that variety is the spice of life. And it's that spicy little variety that's key to keeping your workout routine from feeling routine. At InShape Fitness, we have everything you need to mix up your workouts, from studio classes to our turf and functional areas, with more than enough ways to keep things interesting. So drop the kids off at InShape's Kids Zone, grab a workout buddy, and hit the floor, hop on a bike, or lift the weights. Just not all at the same time. We are InShape. You are ready. Join online today at InShape.com.
Spring is in the air, and that means gigantic savings for all your oil change needs at Jiffy Lube. Today, get a $25 gift card with the purchase of any Pennzoil Platinum full synthetic oil change through May 31st at your local Jiffy Lube service center in the greater Sacramento areas. And don't forget about the additional $30 off online coupon at jiffylube.com. Terms apply. Valid email address required. See pennzoil.com/rewards for details. Jiffy Lube, huge spring savings for you today.
You've heard the saying, penny wise, pound foolish, right? It means you do something that will save you a little bit right now, just pennies, but that ends up costing you pounds in the end.
People put off tuning up their furnace because they don't want to take the time or spend the money to get it done.
But it only takes 90 minutes and costs just $87. Which is just pennies compared to the huge problems and expenses that can rack up if you don't get your furnace tuned up.
You'll also save money on your energy bills, and your system will last longer.
So don't be penny wise and pound foolish. Call Bell Brothers for a precision tune-up and professional cleaning today.
Our number is 916-444-1234, or find us online at thenosurpriseguys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
When you're overwhelmed with tax debt, deciding what to do next is a true win or lose decision. You can lose your car, your paycheck, even your retirement savings. Or you can choose someone to help you win this battle with the IRS. Now is the time to tackle your tax debt, but you don't have to do it alone. Meet Priority Tax Relief, veteran-owned and the expert in tax debt resolution. Our priority is fighting for you. Our team has helped clients save millions and can reduce or even erase your tax debt. Call 800-406-1584 right now to talk to our winning team. Priority Tax Relief has a direct line to the IRS. That's right, a fast track to find out if you qualify for life-changing tax relief in just minutes. Priority Tax Relief fights to protect your money, has 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Why wait? Call Priority Tax Relief for your free tax consultation. Call 800-406-1584. That's 800-406-1584. Let's make your taxes our priority. Stop your tax debt now. Call 800-406-1584.
One
ticket, 2 huge shows.
The Sacramento Boat Show plus the Big RV Show. Multiple dealers discounting all the best brands. Hundreds of wakeboard boats, fishing boats, and pontoon boats. Acres and acres of travel trailers, fifth wheel, toy hauler, and motorhome. Plus ATVs too. 2 shows, 1 massive event. The Sacramento Boat Show, plus the Big RV Show, March 6th through 9th at Sacramento's Cal Expo. Find discounts at 2hugeshows.com.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 1140. Live and local, it's the Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
The resurgent Keegan Murray had a big game last night with 18 points and 5 rebounds, hit 4 threes. And he talked about the team's chemistry after the game. So I got a chicken or the egg question about the Kings' chemistry coming right up here. It's Jay and Whitey today. First, interesting comments here in the text line. We've been talking a lot about what happened last night, about Dallas fans. I made the mistake of suggesting I have some sympathy for Dallas fans. That has not gone over well here with our audience, Jay. We have from the 510, trading Fox is not the self-immolation that the Luka trade is, that means lighting yourself on fire, I believe. That's true. Fox didn't represent here what Luka represented there. But still, to me, it's interesting that one team trades away face of the franchise. They're in total disarray, and the Kings might actually be in a better spot. Fascinating. 916, I agree with you, Jay. Bleep Dallas fans. They weren't feeling bad for us for not drafting Luka. Luka said they made fun of us so they can bleep my bleep. We also have from the 916, hell no to big science, bleep Drake. So a lot of foul language here from very passionate fans in the text line. It's going to be Kings-Lakers first round from Folsom Mike. Pardon me. It's going to be Kings-Lakers first round. NBA will eat up the storylines. Christie, LaVine, UCLA, DeMar. From the 510, Kings will finish 6th. We'll take out the third-place team in the playoffs. And then we have a random question here from Scott. If the shot clock is running out, say under 5 seconds, you can't find a shot or a dish, can you intentionally bounce the ball off an opponent for a 14-second reset? I always wondered about that. That's from Scott. No, Scott, you can't do that.
Got to change possession.
Yeah, that's control. You're not doing anything that would necessitate a reset. So I'm glad you asked us before you tried that somewhere, but wonder no more. You cannot do that. Okay, there we are, Jay. And yeah, as I say, fans are definitely on your side as far as whether you should have any sympathy for Mavericks fans.
Yeah, well, I think you explained yourself at the end. You just, being the guy who you are, you just chose to go the route that you chose. And that's fine. That's all right.
Mm-hmm.
So we can all get to the ending place, and that we all have to go the same way.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Same route.
A few years ago, I was doing some Warrior stuff, and what's when the Warriors played Luka and the Mavs in the conference finals. And I mentioned on the air there in San Francisco, I said, Luka, he's not going to beat the Warriors by himself. He's not that good. And then that got posted, and I heard from a whole bunch of Mavericks fans.
Oh, so a
whole bunch of Mavericks fans.
So you've learned your lesson?
And then they went away.
Yeah.
I haven't heard a peep from them. Yeah, since it turned out I was right.
Uh-oh. You know what you're telling me? Fair weather fans. Is that what I'm hearing?
They said some nasty things. And then didn't hear a peep from them. 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Ashley's been hanging on. Hey, Ashley, you're on the Drive, guys. How are you?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Good. You're just doing all right? Why aren't you better? What can we do to help you?
Oh, it's just been a long day.
Okay.
Overall, I'm doing pretty good. But as far as that person that was talking about Kings versus Lakers and the playoffs, I think that would be a really good series. But I got a question for you in regards to that.
Yeah.
And that's going to be, for one, do you think if that happens, do you think we got like Chris Webber and like maybe like Walton on the call for that game? And who's going to be the Rick Fox for Doug Christie in that one?
All right. Thanks, Ash. Well, Webb's not doing games anymore, so we won't get that. But who would be the Rick Fox for Doug Christie in a series against the Lakers? I mean, Doug Christie wouldn't do it. It'd have to be somebody on the team. Would have to take that role on. Like Trey Lyles or somebody, or Keon would have to be the Doug Christie, and it would have to be
like Jared Vanderbilt or so. Like who? I don't really get the vibe from that Laker team being
Austin
that
Reeves?
rough.
Austin Reeves?
Oh man, come on. So you got Trey versus Austin?
Didn't that tickle you a little bit to think of somebody from the Kings giving Austin Reeves a business? That would be an unforgettable series. But
maybe Dorian Finney-Smith.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was like, I know I'm missing somebody down there.
Yeah. All right, good answer. How about Mitch here? 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Hey, Mitch, what can we do for you?
Hey, how you guys doing? Good show. I'm just afraid to be one and done if we make it to the. We're gonna make the playoffs, but I think to be in the play-in. I'd like to get another size. I wish they give Matu another shot. And Dallas is falling like flies. You think Dallas? I'm sure Kyrie Irving doesn't want to be another team, but street clothes Davis was an injury list right after the trade. I wonder why they didn't ask Commissioner to void the trade.
Well, thank you. Why they didn't ask the commissioner to void the trade? I just feel bad most of all for Clay. And Clay last night, I don't know if you saw him. First of all, he was sitting there on the bench when Kyrie was injured, and then he made the free throws, and then he walks off, and Clay's staring at him, and then Clay starts clapping. And it just seemed to me that Clay is staring at Kyrie and remembering when he went through that same thing in the 2019 finals where he tears his ACL and then he shoots the free throw and then walks off. Yeah. He's probably thinking Kyrie has no idea what's ahead of him here. And he also was just remembering everything he went through because Clay had it. Of course, about a year after that, he also tore his Achilles. And in some ways, Clay has never recovered from that by his own admission upstairs.
Right.
Yeah.
And to be expected. Those are difficult injuries to bounce back from.
Sure.
It's more a mental thing. And, I'm somewhat not myself is going through it, but my daughter's going through that same situation. It is more of a mental thing than even a physical thing because physically all says you can do what you need to do. But, there is a part and I talked to my daughter quite a bit about it. And she's like, oh no, Dad, like there's just something that I can't trust just yet. And so, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'll say this though, Whitey, you sure are feeling bad for a lot of other people today.
I am.
You are like everything. I'm feeling bad about this and feeling bad about that.
There was a sad situation last night.
It is,
especially for Kyrie. That was terrible.
Yeah, it is. But I don't know. It's the sports, man. Come on, Whitey.
I will tell you this. I do feel terrible for Kyrie. Not a big Kyrie fan, but that was awful. It was hard to watch.
Yeah, that is.
One thing that bugged me, and this says something about me, afterwards, the Mavericks had him shoot the free throws, and then they had their trainer step onto the court. And that's like, you can't do that. That's a tee.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw some people on social media a number of people saying, oh, they shouldn't tee him up for that. I'm like, the hell they shouldn't. You can't.
Now that's the Mr. Gleason I'm looking for.
Trainer can't just wander onto the floor because you guys hurt. We have rules for this. I have the utmost sympathy for Kyrie. That's awful, but you got to be bleeping me. Oh, they shouldn't give him a tee. No, you got to. If
tee
you
him
want
up.
Yeah, you got to foul. As soon as the Kings get the ball in, you got to foul. And then you can take your guy out. But, oh, Kyrie's hurt. They should be able to wander out on the court and take him out in the middle of the game. No, that's not how it works at this level. So that did bother me.
It's a 12-year-olds, yeah.
Right.
The local wild.
Right.
Yeah, no, I mean, for Kyrie, it is definitely an unfortunate situation. Definitely.
He literally had tears.
Yeah, definitely.
Coming down his cheeks as he shot those free throws.
I going through that type of injury is something that you don't want to wish upon anybody, but it is part of sports, unfortunately. And that's just something that we've seen multiple times. We've seen numerous times, however you want to say it, it happens in sports. I have no doubt with all the technology, unless something else is there that we'd have no clue. But if it's just the regular ACL, he'll be back. He'll be playing. He may never be Kyrie. We don't know.
That's the thing.
But I know he'll play again.
Yeah, and I know he's had, and I think it was the other knee. He's had some knee issues. But guys make their living with different parts of their body, and that's a guy that makes a living with the lower part.
Oh, yeah.
And he's a great shooter, I know, but, man, the things that make Kyrie is when he careens to the basket.
That handle.
Yeah. So fingers crossed for him. I'm sorry. Someone got injured, and they were upset, and I had compassion for them. What's wrong with me?
Come on, man.
Yeah.
It's not the competitive
Tony,
Mr. Gleason, I know.
Screw Clay. Why is Whitey feeling bad for everyone? You're right. He had 2 catastrophic injuries and ruined his career. Now he's on the Dallas Mavericks. You're right. What's wrong with me? That's
wrong with you, Mr. Gleason.
Chicken or the egg question on the Kings and chemistry. And we'll take a look at these next 5 games coming up when we come right back to Sacktown Sports.
Wednesday night, Kings and Nuggets. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 4:30. Tip-off at 6.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. New Hondas are piling up, and that means big savings for you.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Hey, everybody, Kyle Draper here for Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. You know, sometimes you just don't want to buy brand new. I get it. I understand. Sometimes you just want to try something out, maybe go for a lease. Well, Mercedes-Benz of Stockton is the place for you. They have great lease offers starting at $297 a month. That's right, $297 a month. You know, for over 30 years, Mercedes-Benz of Stockton has been there for the community. Whether you're buying, whether you're leasing, they're the ones you can trust. So head on down to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton right now and check out their fleet of leased vehicles. They have certified pre-owned vehicles as well, starting at just 3.49% on select models from 2021, 22, and 23. So head on down to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. Tell them your boy Drape sent you, and trust me, they'll take care of you. They're a partner you can trust. Or you can always go online at mbofstockton.com. That's mbofstockton.com.
Whitey here, reminding you that not all grills are created equal and every detail matters. Check out the new Napoleon Prestige and Rogue models and see the difference a Napoleon makes. Napoleon grills have features other grills can't match. They're built different, built better, built to last. Complete with a lifetime warranty and premium stainless steel, boasting absolute quality. Napoleon knows that the smallest details add up to make a big difference when curating your perfect grilling experience. Visit Green Acres Nursery today for your best selection of Napoleon grills and accessories.
The only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sacktown Sports.
All right, Russell in the chateau here is disagreeing with me because I said Keegan Murray had a big game last night. He had 18 points, and he made 4 threes, and he had 5 rebounds. And Russell asks, is 18 points and 5 boards a quote-unquote big game? Russell, I would – and, you know, people have been coming after me here, so I'm just trying to stay on an even keel, Jay. I would say it is because he only played 24 minutes, and he only took 10 shots. That's a big game. He had 4 3-pointers. He had 18 points in 24 minutes, and his team won by a large margin. And he hadn't been scoring that many points. And he's trending upward, so I'm gonna stick with that. Big game,
yeah, big game for him in the whole grand scheme of things for the Kings.
Yeah,
absolutely, big game. Yeah, I mean,
I'm not saying he's gonna lead Sports Center or anything with that,
but big game for him to continue. You know, the progress, as you said, the positive uptick, and you know, I know we have a Return of the Roar coming up at 6:00.
Oh, we do. Okay.
Yeah, Frankie Clicks, aka Carticelli, and I said it a little earlier.
Get another call.
Yeah. Dude,
that's a famous moment from the show involving Frankie.
It is. I gotta find it somewhere. Oh, there we go.
For anybody, but sorry, I'm getting another call.
But
We were doing an interview. I remember we were at the arena. I forget what we were talking to Frankie about. And right in the middle of the interview, he said he was getting another call. It's like, okay, but then he just like put us on hold. We were on the air.
No,
didn't he? Or?
No, didn't he say I'm getting another call? And he was looking at it, and then he was like, oh, he just kind of looked at it, but then brushed it off. But it's the whole point is like, dude, you're doing an interview. Of course you're getting another call. Just keep talking.
Come on.
Yeah, it's all right. But Frankie, our Kings NBA insider, of course, 15.5 points, 5.7 rebounds, 43% from the 3-point line, 85% from the free throw line, 4-2 record for the Kings on this uptick in the past 6 games for Keegan. And so I think, Whitey, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm trying to come to your aid. I think it's the grand scheme of things. If Keegan has good games or big games, as you like to call it, it allows the Kings to have good games. It allows the Kings to have big games. And so as Keegan goes, sometimes this team goes.
I agree with you, but let me be clear about something. I don't want your help, and I don't need your help when I'm dealing with these jackals. All right? I mean, I appreciate it and all.
My bad, White. My bad, man.
Eric Stoneburner with a good point. He says Keegan played great last night, also had 2 charges. All right. Thank you, Eric. But then Eric also says, I was upset that the refs didn't stop the game after Kyrie made the second free throw. I get it. Those are the rules, but come on. He can't walk. Well, then the team's got to foul as soon as the ball comes in.
Mm-hmm.
You can't stop the game in the middle of the game because he can't walk. It's the NBA. This isn't the PAL, 4th grade. Jimmy's hurt. Can we stop? Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Jimmy, you okay? Let's get him off the floor.
Right.
Yeah.
Fellas, pick him up. Pick him up.
Thank you, Eric. Keegan said after the game last night, Jimmy's okay, by the way.
Jimmy's fine.
It's just a little twisted ankle, and he's fine. Boy, Mavericks players are dropping like
they are. They
night.
are.
Man,
I still got no love for him.
Yeah. I was glad when they got hurt. Is that what you want me to say, Jim?
No, don't say that.
No, I wasn't.
That's not right. That's not the best thing to say, right?
No, I wasn't. Honestly, I wasn't. I'm just trying to figure out where we are with all this today. Yeah. Keegan says the Kings are growing as far as their chemistry, and LaVeam says they're connected. So are the Kings winning because the chemistry is better, or is the chemistry better because they are winning? What do you think, Jay? How would you answer that? Are the Kings winning because the chemistry is better?
Right.
Or is the chemistry better, and is it a byproduct of them winning games? Which way would you go if you had to pick one of those?
Ooh. Can I take the easy route? I would say it's a combination of both.
Yeah, you could. If I had to pick one of those, I really think they're playing better because the chemistry is better. And I'm not talking about chemistry in terms of, you're cool, I like you. I didn't know about you when you got here, but
that's what they do in the PL league.
I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying they understand how they all fit in.
Right.
And it's more a matter of, Zach's going to take these shots, and we're going to go through DeMar, and we all know what we're doing. And we're all playing together. I understand what Malik's going to do. Malik and Zach LaVine have developed a connection. I know Katie's mentioned that. So I think it was just a matter of, you kind of it's like an experiment. Let's see how it goes. And Doug's saying, this is what we're going to try. And then you let him play a few games. And did it work? Yes, it's working. So far, it's working.
Yeah. I could see where you're coming with that.
I think it's just the chemistry has freed them up to play better.
Yeah.
Obviously, it works both ways. Teams that win, it's like, man, this is great. This is great. So obviously you have better chemistry.
I hesitate because I'm really trying to decipher, has the chemistry been better, which has allowed them to win, or has the winning just made it look like the chemistry is better?
To me, it's an interesting question. I know Billy Bean for years used to think with Moneyball Ace, he thought chemistry is a byproduct of winning. And if you win, you're going to have chemistry. But then I think it was Brett Laurie or somebody traded for some guys that came in, and the chemistry wasn't very good and the team wasn't very good. And I think he learns, I guess there is something to that.
Yeah, maybe just brought in a bad apple too, though, Billy.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's Brett Laurie.
Laurie.
No, absolutely. Yeah. Just saying that could be an example. I'm gonna go the opposite way just for conversation. Yeah.
What a surprise.
Yeah, I'd say winning cures everything.
Mm-hmm.
And just short, quick, and simple. I think winning cures everything, and it makes winning will mask the mistakes, of course. And we're here to talk about it. And we talked about DeMontis before he got hurt, high turnovers. We talked about Keegan not playing at the highest peak, and Malik with turnovers, and Jake LaRavia not hitting threes. So it doesn't mask the whole conversation, but you forget about certain things when you win, and you're like, hey, look, better luck next time. But we still got the W, because that's the ultimate prize. I think, though, there is something to what you're saying in the form of this. We saw this team look completely out of it. And it looked like you just brought 12 strangers and they just put them all together and said, hey, guys, go play basketball. That's the way it looked for a couple of games prior to the All-Star break.
Certainly at times. I mean, there were times when they get out and run in the open court, look great, but then in the half court, it's like things would just stop.
Yeah. And so there has to be something of getting to know your counterpart. There has to be something to know Malik likes the ball here. Zach appreciates it there. We spin it to JV on the block there, and so I think that's why I said there's a combination of both.
Yep.
Without playing devil's advocate, I think you're a little more spot on, and I feel where you're going, Coach. I think you're giving me the coach speak. There has to be some type of comfortability for a team to start to play well.
Yeah, and I know that everything looks great when you're winning, so we're sitting there going, everything's great. They're all perfect. But I just think Valanciunas just seems like a really easy guy to play with.
Yeah, for sure.
He's setting screens. He's going to do a lot of the dirty work for you. If you give him the ball, he's going to distribute. He's not going to fumble it away. Right now, the way he's playing, he just seems like an easy fit. He's going to do what you need him to do. Even though last night he missed a couple of shots from 4 feet. You can see
bunny rabbits,
frustrating
bunnies. Yeah.
And I don't think that's going to happen a lot, but we're going to find out here about all this chemistry and goodwill, because you got Denver tomorrow night, then Friday, San Antonio, then Sunday at the Clippers, which right now looks like an enormously important game.
Yeah.
And then Monday, the Knicks come in, and the next Thursday at the Golden State. That's 5 big games.
Of all the 5, and I know you can't separate them, what's the one that you're like, that we got to have that?
Gotta have, I'd say the Clipper game.
Clippers.
But, I mean, the Spurs, I'm assuming you're going to get the Spurs whether you want to or not.
Sure.
Obviously, if you lose that game, that really sets you back.
I'd say the Dubs. Think you have to beat the Dubs because you're neck and neck right there. And of all the teams that you're around, to me, the Dubs have the highest upside.
Yeah,
I'm not really built for what the Clippers are going to do. I think they're falling back down to the pack. But I am with you in the form of you want to beat, you got to beat the Pacific within your division, within your conference. But the other part of it is this is the last one for the Dubs. You have 2 more with the Clippers this weekend and at the end of the season.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, I'm not putting everything on it because you still have a bounce back against the Clippers where this is for the marbles against the Warriors.
Yeah, you're probably right. My thinking is that Clipper game right now looks so big, I'm just not willing to look past it.
Of course.
But if I do, I see what you mean. And I think, do the Kings already have the season series wrapped up against the Warriors?
That's why they need to win this one.
Yeah. So there you go. Both those games are, there you go, just hugely important.
Right.
Against the teams that are right there packed in with you in that mishmash of the West.
And my heart tells me the Spurs is the one because everything that's going on surrounding the game. You cannot lose to the Spurs.
Nope.
So I guess it's really the next one is the best one.
Yeah, so much drama, right? The Warriors is always drama. Spurs is a lot of drama. Denver, I'm a Michael Malone fan, but he ain't going to let that whole thing go.
No, absolutely.
He's always bringing that up.
Oh, he'd be talking about it pre and post because someone's going to ask him.
Yeah.
And Double M is super intelligent in the form of he'll figure out how to spin that into the conversation, spin that into a question.
Yeah.
Someone will say, when I was back here, I could have did this for you guys, but someone chose otherwise. So, but yeah, Michael Malone's that type of guy.
Yep.
And I love it. It's petty.
Yeah.
Sports is petty, man. I love it. I'm all for it.
I think he's smart. I think sometimes he uses that to try to get his team motivated.
Great
They've won a championship. It's like, it's March. We're playing a lot of games. Yeah, but you don't understand. Jokic, Nikola, you see what these guys did to me? Come on, let's go. They're going to beat us? Hell no. Hell no. We'll get back to the phones also. Can the NBA do anything about all these injuries? Do they need to address it? Next with the Drive Guys on Sacktown Sports.
Live and local.
With everything 49ers.
Intercepted by Fred Warner. Dives for the end zone. Touchdown! San Francisco! Paul George went up and caught the ball. Touchdown!
The 49ers play on Sacktown Sports 1140.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our clients' portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
If your passion is bass fishing, only one radio show has the action, information, and excitement of your favorite outdoor sport. Ultimate Bass, hosted by Tournament Bass Pro and California Outdoor Hall of Famer Kip Brown, takes you live to where the fish are biting every Saturday morning. Only Ultimate Bass feeds your passion with the latest news, products, tips, and advice from the pros. Ultimate Bass with Kip Brown, Saturday mornings at 5 a.m. on Sacktown Sports 1140, part of SEP's Saturday Morning Outdoors.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for my good friends at American Energy. It's cold, and American Energy wants you to stay warm and make sure your system's operating safely. Here's the deal. A $49 tune-up inspection, which is regularly $119. That's a full safety and duct inspection. But guess what? If your system's over 10 years old, the tune-up is on them. That's right. It's free. Give them a call right now. $50 off your first recommended repair. And if you need a new furnace, half off the price of a new unit. Oh, by the way, breaking news. They're hiring right now. Here's the deal. They'll train you, full benefits, generous incentive-based pay. Just call today for more details at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Not only great deals from American Energy, but possibly a new career for you. Check them out at theaeway.com for an instant quote and tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Hey, daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
Way to go. You've stuck to your resolution to become a fitter you, and now those exercises that pushed you to your limits the first time around are already feeling easier. So what's next? At InShape, taking your workout to the next level can be as easy as trying something new. Take our small group training classes like boxing, rowing, and more, or set new goals with an InShape personal trainer. Then recover with a massage or the sauna, also known as the best part of the workout. We are InShape. You are ready. Join online today at InShape.com.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
Jay and I have been talking about the Kings and chemistry question, which is the chemistry improved and that's allowed them to win, or is it the winning that is creating the better chemistry? Who knows, but some interesting thoughts here in the chateau. Man Fastlane says the starters didn't have to worry about not being starters. Every starter has pressure to perform. Vincent Ramirez is playing for each other instead of for themselves and stats. I will point out that Jay mentioned earlier Doug Christie, speaking of the starters, he had that starters only meeting. They have played better since then, Jay, haven't they?
Yeah, they definitely have. Yeah. I mean, it could be genius. It could be nothing. It could be everything. But they definitely have figured it out, so to say, ever since the starters meeting with Coach Christie.
Yeah. And the smartest thing about that meeting was he had the meeting right before they played Charlotte. And I mentioned on X, I said, you always have a team meeting right before you play a bad team. And my buddy FP Santangelo, who used to work here, he played in the majors many years. He saw that and he added, quote tweet, he said, yeah, either when you're playing a bad team or you have your ace going in the next game.
Right.
Because he's been through those.
Right.
Yeah.
Pretty much when you're scheduled for a win.
Yeah. Because if you're a manager and you call a team meeting and then your team goes out and gets mollywopped, then all of a sudden it looks like, well, that didn't work at all.
Yeah,
you don't know what you're doing. 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Steven joins us, Sacktown Sports. Hey, Steven, what's up?
Hello, Whitey. Hello, Jay. How are you doing, brothers?
Good. How are you?
Very well. On my way home from work, man. That's about all that my day is entailing right now. But this chemistry with this team to get on that right there, dude. Last night's win was great. I think it was just really a fun win, a wire-to-wire win. It's just very unfortunate for Kyrie to have gone down like that. I really don't like. I really like it when we put our foot down on the neck of them and really kind of just throttle them a little bit. But I don't like it when we win like that. I like those big wins, but not like that. That it's kind of disheartening. But at the same time, it's nice to see the team take advantage of that moment and take advantage of the people going down and pull this wire to wire win. You know what I mean? It's just really nice to see that this team can pull it together and get that wire to wire gutsy win, like it was last night. And you, by the way, Whitey, you're on one today, my friend. You're telling Jay of all people, hey, I got this. I don't need you fighting my battles for me, man. I'm a grown man. I don't need you.
I was 40 a long time ago.
Man, 40, 11, 40, man.
Yeah.
You guys have a great day, man.
Thanks,
Good
Steven.
vibes.
I'm a man. I'm on 1140. Horatio, Sacktown Sports. Hey, Horatio, how are you?
Hey, I'm doing okay. How are you?
Good. What can we do for you?
I got no sympathy for these Mavericks fans and the Mavericks in general.
Understood.
That spot is cursed in that lane there in the American Airlines Center. Because if you recall, that is the same exact spot where Chris Webber blew out his knee in 2003.
Was that the same arena? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Good point. Yeah.
Same arena. That opened in 2001. And you know what? Mavericks gave no mercy to the Kings in that game.
Mm-hmm.
They mollywop, whatever you want to call it. They walloped them. So, a little bit of karma.
All right. Thank you, Horatio. Yeah, I'd forgotten about that. And by the way, the mollywopped, I mean, that's a Draperism. I borrow that term from him. So, by the way, I was worried about Draper last night because, he likes to say, so-and-so made that shot from wherever, and a lot of announcers do it. So there's nothing wrong with it. But at one point, somebody made a three. It might have been Zach LaVine. And Mark Jones said, he made that from Tyler, Texas. And I thought, oh, boy, I hope Drapes doesn't feel like that's his
Tyler, Texas.
That's his thing.
City of Flowers.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you have some kind of connection to Tyler, Texas?
I got some folks from out that way.
I thought so.
Little Tyler, Texas.
Yeah. 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. I get it. I will no longer, if I feel it, I will no longer express any sympathy for.
No, be yourself, Whitey. Don't let these folks talk you out of
anybody who in any way, shape, or form is affiliated with the state of Texas. Okay? None.
Well,
right?
I think you've cleared it up. It's just, again, it was the route you took.
Uh-huh.
No love for any other fan base because they're not giving us no love.
Yeah.
Do we have a sister or cousin or brother fan base for the Sacramento Kings? Is it like, we got love for them?
I don't think so.
No. Yeah.
But it's interesting as Horatio was talking about, Webb's terrible injury. Do you remember those series? There was a couple 3 years in a row where the Kings played the Mavericks in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And other than that year, of course, Kings got the better of them. But I remember Commissioner Stern at the time, 2001, 2002, I remember him saying, these are two franchises that are examples for the rest of our league because they are so much fun to watch and they play this free-flowing brand of basketball. The Mavericks with Dirk Nowitzki, and Peja, Webb, that team. I remember the commissioner saying, yeah, we love people to see these two teams play. And, it's gotten even more free-flowing since then. But, yeah, that was quite a rivalry. And that was a dark day indeed, obviously.
Yeah.
Just Horatio, you're taking me back to dark day.
Yeah. Well, I always kind of skip over the Mavericks when it comes to the Kings rivalries. And as you said, they played each other quite a bit.
I don't think I'm that way anymore. I have to remember, it used to be that way.
Right,
yeah.
right. But I always, for whatever reason, my Mavericks being fond of the Mavericks takes me back to the Triple J's, the Mashburn, Jimmy Jackson, Jason Kidd. For whatever reason, I always kind of skip over the rest of their history and take me back to that.
Obviously, there was
mid
angst
90s,
there.
late 90s.
Yeah, for the Kings and the Mavs when you had Luka there, but now I don't know if you heard, but they traded him. So
no, I hadn't heard about that, but I'll check the waves to see if they are. But
so that's all diffused.
Yeah, but it's something that more times than not, and this is why the hate brings up to me, and this is why I say, like, I don't really give a damn about any other fan base, because when you really start to evaluate other fan bases, you see periods of success.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, in sports, that just causes me to hate on them because it's like, dang, why I didn't get that, compared to anything else in life. And so I'm always been the person that says, if there's anything in life to hate on somebody, it's in sports. And
sports hate is not real hate.
It's not. And that's why I don't really have compassion for fan bases when they go through tough times, because I think minus certain teams who just feel like they always win, which is like the Lakers, the Yankees. But even then, as a Yankee fan, if you ask a Yankee fan now, they're like, oh, man, the world is crumbling. We can't win a championship.
Remember when every Boston team was winning every year?
Yes, Bruins, everybody got one in. Yeah, so that's why I said everyone has a lull. Some people have it more than others, like myself. Oakland A's, I ain't seen one since 89. 49ers, 94. Kings, good luck. So I don't have no compassion for other people because you took a L or your GM traded somebody away. Well, good riddance, man.
Say, walk in my shoes.
That's right.
Yeah. Jay, the one thing Horatio mentioning C-Web does is it gives me a chance to get back to these injuries. Jalen Suggs is out now. Wemby's out. And I know that was a blood clot, which is you can't see that coming.
Yeah, for sure.
But, Embiid's done for the year. Kyrie's done for the year. Do you think we're anywhere near a point where the league has to look at this? Because it's just barely March now, and the playoffs are coming late next month. And already we're seeing a lot of guys that are big names that are out for the year. Do you think it's something the NBA needs to look at? Or is it just like, it's basketball, it happens?
No, there's a conversation that was had during football season. We had the same conversation, and we were talking about how so many big name players weren't being a part of the league at the moment because they were all hurt. There's something to it. And I just think it's sports all the way around. You can't say conditioning because these guys are conditioned well beyond any, era of sports. And maybe that could be the reason. I don't know. Maybe they're over conditioned. It sounds crazy to say, but I have no clue. And I think sports scientifically, when we talk about analytics, scientifically, we need to take a look at what is really going on with some of our top-notch athletes and why we're starting to see some of the more horrific injuries, where it's we talked about earlier with Jennifer Lee Chan, the patella, the ACL, the Achilles. One of the things you see in football quite a bit is the pectoral muscle starting to be torn here and there, where it's like, dang, that's super interesting. I didn't feel like we used to see that 15, 20 years ago. Now we're seeing that quite a bit
Another
more.
one is the tricep in football.
Yeah, absolutely. So and we know these guys are ripped to shreds. We know they're doing the best that they possibly can do, more or less in the weight room. So I don't know, Whitey, but I think scientifically we need to take a look at it when it comes to sports.
I was just looking for any clues on this, and I found something from November last November, so early part of this basketball season from Yahoo, and early in the year, guy named Jeff Stotts did some research, and it showed that games lost due to injury across the entire NBA in the early weeks of the season was way up. That is, guys missing games for injury, what have you. 35% surge from last season, 16% rise from the year before. So, obviously the league has more complete numbers. If there is something going on, they need to look at it. I would suspect that insisting that guys play 65 games or more to qualify for awards, I would suspect that maybe that's backfired. That maybe you've got guys playing who'd be better off not playing. But I don't know that. I hope that the league is looking at that and aware of that, because if this trend continues, and you limp into the playoffs and you got a bunch of guys that aren't playing, the product really suffers.
Yeah. So you saying
I think that last year and
implementation,
specifically, you got to play a minimum 65 games in order to qualify for the awards.
Right.
I think there are some guys like Kawhi tried to play a lot last year. Did that injure him further? I'm not sure it was a good idea. Sometimes, and this is another thing, no one agrees with anything I say today, so bring it on. No, we're just having fun. But I think there are certain players, especially for whom load management is not a bad idea.
Yeah.
And I think the league, when they were really pushing back on that, I'm not sure they didn't end up hurting themselves with that.
Especially the big fellas.
Exactly.
The big fellas definitely.
Big fellas and the old big fellas.
Yeah, that's true. You would know, right? You've
Thanks,
been playing ball for a long time here.
Yeah.
So
I used to play before they realized if you cut a hole in the peach basket, you don't have to get up on a ladder to get it out. The first guy that thought of that, were like, "Where have you been?
Genius.
You're a genius." Great idea. Meanwhile, 27 days until Sacramento hosts Major League Baseball. How about that? We'll look at that next. Drive Guys on Sacktown Sports.
With Progressive, renters can save on protection for the things that make your place yours, even things that don't make sense to everyone.
People always wonder why I don't get rid of my guitar since I never play. But it's like, what if I actually end up taking lessons? Sure, I've had it for 8 years, but if I get rid of it, then what will my New Year's resolution be next January?
Exactly. So bundle your renters and auto and save with Progressive and protect the things that make sense to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers not available in all states or situations. Covered subject to policy terms and conditions.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-235-5588. That's 800-235-5588. 800-235-5588.
Lowe's knows that your business is built on speed and trust. That's why the Lowe's Pro Desk is here to get you what you need the moment you need it. We'll help you plan your project, calculate your materials, and pivot when your job takes an unexpected turn. And with our pro-only checkout and dedicated pro parking, you have what you need to tackle your job and be back on the job in no time. Just visit us at the Pro Desk. Lowe's knows pros. We help. You save.
With Progressive's collision coverage, my family gets up to $1,000 for vet bills if I'm injured in a car accident. And that makes this Chihuahua really feel like part of the family. What's that? I don't sound like a Chihuahua? Oh, I'm sorry. What exactly am I supposed to sound like? I guess all Chihuahuas are high-strung, riding around in expensive designer purses. Actually, I prefer riding in cars. So I appreciate that my family protects me with Progressive's pet collision coverage. Okay, maybe I am a little high-strung. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and is subject to policy terms.
Come check out Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Plenty of well-lit parking available, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. And remember, Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com, and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Spring is here, and there's really nothing better than hitting the open road in a new Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings, plus get top dollar for your trade. And while life's roads are often filled with bumps, buying from Stockton Honda couldn't be smoother. Wherever the road you travel might lead, Stockton Honda is happy to get you there. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
One ticket, 2 huge shows. The Sacramento Boat Show plus the Big RV Show. Multiple dealers discounting all the best brands. Hundreds of wakeboard boats, fishing boats, and pontoon boats. Acres and acres of travel trailers, fifth wheel, toy hauler, and motorhome. Plus ATVs too. 2 shows, 1 massive event. The Sacramento Boat Show, plus the Big RV Show, March 6th through 9th at Sacramento's Cal Expo. Find discounts at 2hugeshows.com.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sacktown Sports.
Got some people weighing in here. Pardon me. I just spit all over. If Draper's were here, I would have spit all over him. Glad he's not here, but he will be back with us tomorrow. We were just talking about some of the injuries here, some interesting thoughts. And, of course, Jay, as we all know, it comes down to how do you know when someone's going to get hurt? It's easy to say, that guy's hurt, and that guy's hurt, and that guy's hurt. There's too many injuries. But there's always injuries in sports. Colton Vesey says there will always be injuries that end people's seasons. He says even if you shorten the season, the players that got hurt in like January or early February would still be out for the rest of the year just because there isn't enough time for them to come back. That's true, but the other side of that coin is if the players, and I'm just going to keep it to the NBA for simplicity's sake, if they play fewer games, it would stand to reason that perhaps they don't get injured as often. Can't prove it, and maybe there would be no difference. But I think that makes a ton of sense, especially when guys are playing in the Olympics, and that's on them. But they choose to do that when guys are playing year-round, and then you're playing 82, and then the playoffs are longer than they used to be. Just the wear and tear alone, it just stands to reason that fewer games might very well lead to fewer injuries, but you can't prove it.
No.
And I understand that. Let's see. Somebody was wondering here. Skeeter on the water. Pardon me.
Skeeter on the water?
Skeeter on the water. Is it actually more injuries than 20 years ago, or do you just feel like it is? It's sports and athletes are bigger, faster, stronger than ever. Stuff will pop up now and then. Yeah, it's almost impossible to prove. That's why I quoted a piece from Yahoo early in the year that showed that injuries were up early in the year.
Yeah.
But you're right. To make a definitive case, I would need a lot more information and research. And that's basically why I was asking, is it something the league should look at? They have to be aware of it.
Yeah, definitely. I think it feels it's both probably can be true. It feels like there are more injuries. I definitely will say this. It feels like it's more injuries to big name players compared to just, the 8th man or the 10th man off the bench. And I'm not discounting who those players were, 30 years ago. I'm just saying, when is the last time you remember an Embiid, a Paul George, a Kawhi, a LeBron sitting out, all these different injuries? Let's just kick it back to 95. I don't remember Patrick Ewing and Alonzo Mourning and Hakeem Olajuwon and Penny Hardaway and, all these guys being hurt at the same time. Mm-hmm. It just doesn't feel that way. And I could be wrong. I just feel like bigger name stars are falling by the wayside, getting injured quicker, I should say, than I remember any time, at least in my lifetime.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people would hear what you said and agree with you and say, yes, and that's when everybody played every game.
Right.
So what's the problem?
Right.
I don't know, but the league just has to be keenly aware of what's going on, and maybe their research shows, there's it's just a blip.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to happen, but it seems to me more games, which all the leagues are playing, when you include extra rounds of playoffs, more games with more players that are bigger and stronger, you're going to have more injuries.
Yeah.
Right?
Sounds like it. And it feels that way. And we can't prove it at this moment. As you said, that's just a small scrape of the surface. We need, dozens and dozens of numbers, years upon years of research, but it feels that way. It definitely feels like bigger name guys are hurt more often and take a break and need load management. And it may be that's the way to go. And it's not, for me, it's just not only in basketball. I'm talking about the big three. And if you want to even include hockey, I'm not up on as much as injury, how injured some of these players are. And I know they play through a lot of different injuries. We hear PK Subban talk big stuff about how they're God's gift to sports. But I think in the big three, I feel like there are more injuries to bigger name players than ever before.
In baseball, because we're going to be we've always been a baseball town in Sacramento, but Major League Baseball is coming here.
It is here.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes. But I mean, for real.
Yeah.
Yeah. The amount of Tommy John surgeries we've had.
Oh, yeah. That's for sure.
It's off the charts. And you have it at all levels now. Is that because before they just didn't have the surgery available? Are we hearing about it more? There are some baseball people that will tell you guys throw their hardest every pitch now.
Yeah.
Which puts a lot more strain. It used to be, are you a pitcher or are you a thrower? I think Leo Mazzoni, talking to him, and he'd say, you can't throw max effort every pitch or your arm's going to go.
Yeah.
And there are more guys that do that now because in baseball, you don't have one guy that's going to pitch 9 innings. That guy, Jim Palmer, whoever, he couldn't throw every pitch as hard as he could, or he wouldn't have lasted 9 innings. But now we don't need you to go 9.
Yeah.
Can you go 5?
Right.
No, you go 4. We're good.
Yeah.
Bring in somebody else. He's going to throw as hard as he can for 1 inning. Right. And it's
specialty.
Yeah,
for sure.
Really put wear and tear on the elbows of pitchers. And I think I've told this story before. There are stories of, I don't know if it's as prominent now, but for a while there'd be parents with their kids who are up and coming pitchers. They would want them to get to Tommy John.
Yeah, get it in high school.
He might go up a few ticks.
Yep. Or it's almost inevitable where it's like, look, you're gonna need it down the road. Get it out the way right now, so you don't have to get it out in the minors or in college or something of that sort. Do it in high school. There definitely has been talk about that, and there are multiple hundreds of people who have chosen to get the Tommy John in their teens. Get us 15, 16, 17, and that's what brought the acknowledgement of this. Is like, this is crazy.
Yeah.
This is really, when you sit down and look at it, you're getting a surgery that you don't even need yet just to get it out the way. Like, that's different type of thinking.
Yeah. So that gets back to the fact that baseball, and in some ways, some of the other sports too, they're just played differently.
Yeah.
I mean, in terms of, like we said, you used to have a pitcher. Your pitcher would let him pitch as long as he can. He's our best pitcher. Now it's like, we don't want you to pitch the whole game. Just throw really hard. Then this guy will come hard. So it's more stress and strain on the arm.
Yeah, it's definitely power pitching. Gone is and not all the way, because I don't want to have to defend and argue people who are listening. But
Jay, I don't know if you could handle.
Yeah, you're right.
Could
Yeah,
you handle
absolutely.
those fastballs?
No, couldn't. Absolutely could not. I'm an off-speed type of guy. But yeah, there are so many instances where we continuously read about power pitching. I need power arms. That's the thing. That's the end thing.
Oh,
now.
yeah.
We're talking about 3-and-D players in the NBA. For baseball, it's power pitching.
Yeah.
And launch angle. Those are like the two big things in baseball right now.
And really big with pitchers too is spin rate.
Spin rate. Yeah.
Seriously. Yeah. Because that determines what kind of movement you're going to get.
Which is
if you're not throwing hard and you don't have spin rate,
yeah.
Teams like, yeah.
Spin rate is stupid because you can spin a ball as much as you want. I never really got it. I can spin the ball 1,000,000 times. Don't mean it's going to do anything. Again, analytics. It's an analytic conversation. It's a scout versus analytics conversation, and it is can you really play ball? And if your ball spins as much as it's spin, it can still stay flat. So,
did you ever get mad at a guy because he wouldn't throw you fastballs?
No, absolutely not.
Oh, okay.
Cat and mouse game, baby.
All right,
cat and mouse. I come from the regime of I like a good cat and mouse game in the box. If I believe you were nothing but a power pitcher, then I was like, okay, it is what it is. At the peak of what I was doing, if you threw nothing but fastballs, you would lunch me. Straight up.
That's what I figured.
Yeah, you would lunch me.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Who was didn't you face Zumaya once? Joel
Yeah,
Zumaya?
Yeah.
You probably brought it pretty good.
Brought it.
Lickety split.
Yeah. Dewan Brazelton brought it.
Dewey.
Yeah. I mean, some guys are absolutely bringing it. Yeah, for sure. It's goodness gracious. Yeah. I mean, they said at the height, like my freshman, sophomore year, before I really kind of was like, I lost the love for baseball for a while, but at the peak of it all, Some of those guys you facing, 98, 101. Zumaya was throwing smoke. He didn't throw me a strike, but he threw smoke.
That's the scary ones.
Yeah.
This guy throws hard.
No control.
You'd know where it's going. Skeeter on the water says, so I looked some stuff up real quick. It does sound like there are actually more injuries. The biggest factors were amount of games and style of play. Faster pace equals more sprinting equals more injury. Yeah, that's kind of common sense, but I know a couple years ago the league looked into it and said there is no evidence that more games actually leads to more injuries. And I think they kind of sugar-coated it. And as Jay said, you can crunch the numbers or lean them any way you want. But I'm not sure that was in their best interest now. So we'll see. Hopefully it's just a fluke thing. I know Kyrie had been playing a lot of minutes once they traded Luka. He'd been playing major minutes.
And even before then, because remember, Luka was hurt. He was sitting on the bench for a while with his own injury. So, yeah, Kyrie's definitely logging the minutes because you need him.
So we didn't get to the A's, but we'll get to the A's. The Sacramento A's, right, Jay?
That's it, baby.
The Sacramento A's. Also coming up, Keegan Murray is, guess what? He's Keegan Murray again. That more next. Drive Guys, Sacktown Sports.
Wednesday night, Kings and Nuggets. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 4:30. Tip-off at 6.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Are you annoyingly inattentive? Do you watch a movie and then ask a zillion questions because you weren't paying attention? Do people ask, how do you sleep at night? Then you should get a mattress from Mattress Firm. They can help anyone sleep. Mattress Firm's President's Day sale ends soon. Get a king bed for a queen price. Save up to $700 plus a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or mattressfirm.com for details.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Look out, world, we're getting strong. The future's here and we belong. She can stand, she can do more. Like build a rocket and watch it soar. Clean the oceans and make the world a better place. Oh, she can stand, so can you. Find a cure, invent something new. There's no challenge in the world that she can't face. She can STEM.
Learn more at She Can STEM. A message brought to you by the Ad Council.
High voltage live boxing action returns to the venue on March 8th as Uppercut Promotions presents Thunder Showdown 2 with 8 big fights on the bill featuring top-level veterans and the best in up-and-coming new names. Scheduled fighters include names like cruiserweights Blake McKernan and Sean Miller. It's a night of great boxing action you won't want to miss. It's Thunder Showdown 2 coming March 8th to the venue at the Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Fight cards subject to change. See Thunder Valley website for scheduled lineup.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. New Hondas are piling up, and that means big savings for you.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Save Mart and McKee Brothers Plumbing and Rooter Incorporated. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
When you're overwhelmed with tax debt, deciding what to do next is a true win or lose decision. You can lose your car, your paycheck, even your retirement savings, or you can choose someone to help you win this battle with the IRS. Now is the time to tackle your tax debt, but you don't have to do it alone. Meet Priority Tax Relief, veteran-owned and the expert in tax debt resolution. Our priority is fighting for you. Our team has helped clients save millions and can reduce or even erase your tax debt. Call 800-406-1584 right now to talk to our winning team. Priority Tax Relief has a direct line to the IRS. That's right, a fast track to find out if you qualify for life-changing tax relief in just minutes. Priority Tax Relief fights to protect your money, has 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Why wait? Call Priority Tax Relief for your free tax consultation. Call 800-406-1584. That's 800-406-1584. Let's make your taxes our priority. Stop your tax debt now. Call 800-406-1584.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Live and local, it's The Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Let me just share a couple scores with you, if I may. First of all, Kings chasing the Warriors. The Warriors are visiting the Knicks, so obviously the Kings would love a little help from the Knicks. End of the first quarter, just getting started on TNT. The Knicks are leading 26-25. And I can't believe I haven't taken advantage of the opportunity to do this yet. Spring training today, Jay.
Double!
Sacramento defeated the Texas Rangers 6-3.
That's what we do here in Sacramento, baby. We produce winners. Sacramento A's. Shouts out to all my Sacramento baseball players getting it going. I was paying attention to my folks over at CRC. Them boys are having a good season already over there.
Yeah.
You know, Consumers River. I got some love for ARC, one of my brothers, Andy, who listens to the show. You know, he's an alum. So shouts out to the JUCOs getting it going. You know, Sac State always keeps a solid team. And their softball team is dope over there, too. So shouts out to all the boys getting ready to play a little baseball. Spring is here.
Yes.
It's upon us.
Yeah.
And unlike, you know, some of the schools that I got recruited to, Valparaiso, Southern Illinois, Delaware State, like some of those East Coast and Midwest schools, Northwestern.
Yeah, Jay told me he would be recruited by a school like back east.
Yeah.
And he'd go there and the coach would go, Why would you come here? It's too cold here.
Yeah.
We don't play.
It's freezing.
Stay out in the West. Right. Why are you even here?
Right. Dude, I'm trying to come where you're coming. Do you have a connection for me? That's what they're asking. Man, some of those schools, Notre Dame, you go take a Purdue is one of the schools I went and looked at. I grew up a huge Michigan fan. I never went and visited Michigan. I talked to the coach a couple times, and they had a good program, decent program.
Michigan.
Yeah.
Baseball season's what, like 4 games long?
And that's what they told me. I'm like, you know, Derek Jeter went there. Oh, man, got some. I'm like, dude, don't waste your time. Stay on the West, go to the South.
So the A's winning today 6-3, and the A's are 7-3 this spring, Jay.
That's what we do, baby. We're producing winners.
JJ Bleday had a couple of knocks.
That's what I'm talking about. Against who? Can you even name who the pitcher was?
Well, let's see. I'm not sure who he had them all against because they had like 7
Of
pitchers.
course, in one inning.
Dunning was the starter, but Bleday went Yardbird.
Did he?
Off Plasmeyer.
Oh, good old Plasmeyer.
Yeah. So he had 2 hits, and let's see. Also had Rooker had a hit. Who else hit a home run? Muncy hit a home run.
Double M.
Yeah.
Are you and I know I think I know this answer coming from you as a baseball guy, someone who loves the diamond, but spring training, does it still excite you?
It's
no?
more, and it's been too long since I've gone down there.
Mm-hmm.
It's fun and it's just so relaxing.
Yeah.
And it's just it's all the cliche stuff. I admit, like, when you go to the games there, it's enjoyable. As you know, better than most of us, baseball is an intense game. And it is if you're playing or if you have a rooting interest. Sometimes I don't know if I'm going to a game where I'm really rooting for one of the teams. I don't just go there and chill, Jay. It's intense, but in spring training, that's great. Look at that. That guy's working on his curveball.
Right.
Oh, like I showed you yesterday.
Yes.
A nice at-bat by that 18-year-old.
Yeah.
It's kind of relaxing.
What's his name? DeVries or DeVries?
Yes, Leo DeVries.
DeVries.
Yeah.
I like his positioning, though, the way he was up there. He started 0-2, right?
Yeah.
0-2. They went down and in on him. Won a couple of soft stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember the exact pictures off the top of my mind. And then pitcher tried to work him soft and in.
Boom.
Didn't work. He worked to count back to full.
Yeah.
And he
doubled
what
the other
happens.
way to lead off the ninth.
3-2.
Yeah.
You got to come back with a what?
Mm-hmm.
A fastball.
Mm-hmm.
Left it over the plate. I'm gonna stroke that opposite field.
I think that's the part of baseball that isn't taught well enough to fans, and maybe most fans would be bored by it. But what's the count? It makes all the difference.
Oh,
in the
absolutely,
world.
for sure.
Just what you ask a pitcher, what's the most important pitch in baseball? Strike one.
Absolutely.
So the first pitch, ball one, strike one, it's a huge difference.
Definitely.
Yeah, and if you're not paying attention, it's like, oh, nothing happened.
Yeah.
And I get it, but I think we need to do a better job of explaining to people, no, that really matters.
Yeah, that's true. I guess us advocates for baseball probably need to do a better job of doing so. Baseball is one of those things where it's in a tough position because the youngsters, and I go to my daughter's school. As I've talked about many times on the show, I've had my nephews, they play what it's like, oh, you guys are good. And then as soon as they get to 12, 13, 14, man, I'm trying to, where the pumpkin at? I'm playing football. It's like, because that's the end thing.
Baseball is hard.
Absolutely. It is. But if you're already talented, if it comes somewhat natural, if you can throw a ball hard, there's certain things that guys do. And we've had to, these are conversations that people talk about. It's like, how many 6'8" pitchers are there anymore? It feels like none, because they're all hooping or not. I know that's an anomaly, but I'm just saying you don't really see the tight end who could be a pitcher. You don't see, the 3-and-D guy who can be an outfielder. They're all 3-and-D guys.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just tough, man.
339-1140, 1-800-920-1140 as we count down to opening day, which, by the way, I had the numbers here and I know Campy has it every day. Let's see, 27 days until Sacramento hosts Major League Baseball.
I love it.
Host for real.
It's those Cubbies.
Cubs.
The Cubbies?
Yes.
Go out and sweep them boys.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking for.
They annoy me. They shouldn't. Chicago Cubs annoy.
They ain't won nothing forever.
Hell out of me.
Why?
Exactly. They still act like we're the Cubs.
Dude.
Yeah, we're the Chicago Cubs. We've got Ivy on our wall. So what? We won a World Series once a couple of years ago.
Now that's the Mr. Gleason I'm looking for. That's what I'm talking about. Not all the empathetic Mr. Gleason. Oh, come here and let me give you a hug, Dallas Maverick fan. No.
Are you with me? Don't Cubs fans, and if you're a Cubs fan, bless you. But Cubs, there's a Cubs fan. Don't a lot of them carry themselves like, yeah, I'm a Cubs fan. We're kind of we're better than you.
We're talking to town a little bit.
We're better than you.
Yeah. a little bit. I get where you're going. Yeah, but they're humbled every single year, so it's kind of like, They're not the Yankees. They're not the the Dodgers. They're definitely not.
We play day baseball. We're special.
We don't have any parking spots. Yeah.
339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Mike's been hanging on. Hey, Mike, what's going on? Thanks for hanging.
Hey, is his name Jay? Is that the gentleman that was talking about pitching and if he can see that a pitcher? I just was calling to prop my son. My son, he just reported for his second spring training with the Atlanta Braves.
Man, congratulations, man. Congratulations, brother.
What's his name?
His name's David Rodriguez. And Jay, he got drafted out of San Joaquin Delta Junior College.
Whoa, that's dope, man.
He finished his last year there, 13-2. I'll give you a stats real quick.
Please.
13-2. Most, and JUCO, they play for a state team.
Yes.
2 teams from the south, 2 teams from the north.
Yep.
Well, they didn't make it that year, but he had more wins than any pitcher that year. 16 starts, 13-2, 1 no decision, 102 innings pitched that year, more than any JUCO pitcher. 124 strikeouts. That was the second, I think.
Hard thrower.
Yeah, he was. He's a power pitcher.
High spin rate.
2.29 ERA. And Jay, you like this stat: 102 innings, 13 walks.
Nice. Control Peyton the Black, baby.
Mike,
what high school he come out of, Mike?
Dude, and 3 of those, Jay, he gave in one game against Feather River.
Okay. Yeah, no Feather River. Yeah.
Starts, gives up 10 walks.
Well, you keep us posted.
15th round.
That's tremendous.
And
congratulations, Mike.
Yeah, when you were talking about baseball, I'm a baseball guy too, and I was hoping I could get on. And no, he's playing for a team called the Augusta Green Jackets.
All right.
That's dope, man. Congratulations, David Rodriguez.
Thank you. We will keep an eye on him, Mike. Thank you, and update us as you feel like you want.
See, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
that's a baseball family. I can already tell. Mike has already raised D-Rod to be the best that he possibly can be.
Did you say 13th
15th, I thought.
15th
13th
round.
13-2.
You strike out 129 and 102 innings with 13 walks. They're going to.
That young man is dealing.
Yeah.
And honestly, that's almost disrespectful to take him in the 15th round. Come on now, fellas. Push him up to the top 10.
Some scouts should be fired.
Absolutely. They must be analytical.
Yeah. 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. We're back with a look at Keegan Murray next with Drive Guys on Sacktown Sports.
My wife was like, I want to go to Hawaii and I want to bring the kids. And I was like, whose kids?
Jim Gaffigan. Everything is wonderful.
I spent the entire time applying and reapplying sunscreen, which thankfully makes my skin whiter.
Jim Gaffigan, a night of all new material. Saturday, March 29th, the venue at Thunder Valley. For tickets, visit thundervalleyresort.com.
You know, when our old heater collapsed with we needed a new one because it was freezing cold. There are so many HVAC companies out there. How do you choose? A friend recommended we check out Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating, and I'm glad we did at leesair.com. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating, as I've told you, they were ready to come out the day we called because they recognized you must be called. We'll be right out there. They treated us with respect, from the person who answered the phone to the guys who installed our new HVAC unit, which is an incredible piece of machinery. So why choose Lee's? That's what it comes down to. Because they offer a 100% satisfaction guarantee. They get 4.8 stars on Google. Lots of friends recommend them. I recommend them. They've won awards with their service. They spend more than 40 years serving the Valley's HVAC heating and plumbing needs. You can trust Lee's with installation and repair of your AC, furnace, and water heater, plus residential, commercial plumbing repair, commercial HVAC services too. Find out more at leesair.com and check out their mission statement, which is all about serving customers and all about serving the community. And check on their $99 HVAC tune-up service. Let Lee's take care of you the way they took care of me, treating us like family while setting us up with an HVAC system that has improved our quality of life. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating. License number 635-355.
All guests come to you from the Folsom Lake Honda Hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
With Progressive's collision coverage, my family gets up to $1,000 for vet bills if I'm injured in a car accident. And that makes this Chihuahua really feel like part of the family. What's that? I don't sound like a Chihuahua? Oh, I'm sorry. What exactly am I supposed to sound like? I guess all Chihuahuas are high-strung, riding around in expensive designer purses. Actually, I prefer riding in cars. So I appreciate that my family protects me with Progressive's pet collision coverage. Okay, maybe I am a little high-strung. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and is subject to policy terms.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sacktown Sports.
Hey, Jay, it just occurred to me that Sacramento's beating the bejeebies out of Dallas these days because last night Kings over the Mavs. And then, as I mentioned, the Sacramento Athletics over the Rangers who play in Arlington. They're right there in the Dallas area, 6-3
in the barn.
today. Yeah, so I mean, they don't want any part of Sacramento right now.
You feeling bad for the Rangers today?
Not
or
at
no?
all.
Oh, okay.
No.
Just triple checking.
Their old park, because they have a new park now, but their old park is where I had a stare down with Alex Rodriguez.
Explain. You must explain. You must explain.
We had a gentleman who used to work here, a good friend of mine named Matt Greer. I don't know if you knew Matt Greer. He was an engineer.
Okay.
And his wife worked for, I think, American Airlines. So he got a lot of air travel for free. And he's like, hey, let's go to Dallas. And the A's are there. The station had the A's at the time. And Burns, he was on the team. He's like, let's go watch the A's play the Texas Rangers. And we'll fly back the next day. It's like, great. Thank you. So we go there, and we're sitting right in the front row or second row, right by, for some reason, we're by the Rangers dugout. And this was right after A-Rod got there with a $25 million deal, whatever it was. So he's coming out of the dugout, and he's up next. It might have been between innings. And he starts swinging his bat, and he looks into the stands, and he and I lock eyes for some reason. We're that close. Maybe about as me and Ramsey, maybe that far away. And he's staring right at me, and I can tell he thinks he's going to intimidate me or something. I'm like, I'm not scared of you. And so I stare right back at him.
You're right.
And he's staring at me, and I'm staring at him. And I'm not blinking. I'm really good at a stare down. But I kid you not, we're just staring at each other. And then he has to go up to bat. So then he takes the donut off, and he looks at me, and he spits like, yeah, and he goes up to bat. But I won. Because he broke eye contact. I did not. So I won a stare down with Alex Rodriguez.
That'll boy.
One of the weirdest things ever in my whole life. Is like, I'm not scared of you.
Nah, come on now.
You think I'm going to, Alex Rodriguez is looking at me. Oh. So anyway.
Yeah. That'll boy. I'm glad you did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's what the A's did to the Rangers today. The only thing I like about the Rangers, Boch is the manager. Boch is, do you know Boch at all?
No.
Boch is phenomenal.
I do not know him.
Phenomenal.
Yeah.
What a guy. Really glad that, the Rangers got it done for him. Other than that, I have no compassion or sympathy whatsoever.
You got to start explaining it, huh?
Affiliated anyway.
Yeah.
With the freaking Texas Rangers.
Yeah.
Or, and I'm sorry, Ramsey, the Cubs.
Hey, it's part of the game, right?
Yeah. Rangers fans are cool, says Man Fast Lane. Astros fans are irritating. Another annoying Texas team. Amadrock and Man Fast Lane. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You don't have to tell A's fans about that.
No, please don't. Yeah. Come on now, cheaters.
Yeah. 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Clarence has been hanging on. Clarence, you're on the Drive, guys. How are you?
Hey, good. Thank you.
What's up?
Hold on 1 second, okay?
What's that? Did you say hold on?
There we go.
Okay. All right. Yeah, what's
Hey,
up?
listen, you guys, pardon me?
What's going on? Go ahead. You're on. Fire away.
Sure. Hey, listen, you guys came out and you mentioned this is baseball season. I'm going to talk really fast, okay?
It's all right.
You mentioned CRC, you mentioned ARC, but you know what? You didn't say nothing about City College. And you know what? To me, hey, City College is the focal point of baseball in Sacramento. It's been the focal point of baseball all around. We had a lot of young guys that have come through City College, and they got a program that was built up over the years or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You got to give some respect to City College. Burbank High School, Johnson High School, Christian Brothers, Kennedy, McClatchy. Hey, we've got a lot of guys that went through City College. Give them some love, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Clarence.
Nah, I ain't giving those City College no love.
Really?
Nah, man. I left out Sac City, the Panthers, on purpose.
Really?
Yeah, man, because it's like they're the Dodgers of Sacramento baseball. They believe they're high and mighty, right? And so, as Clarence talked about, I am a product of Burbank 3500 Florence stand up in the state basketball playoffs, by the way, playing tonight against St. Patrick, St. Vincent, and Vallejo.
Ooh.
How about that? I know it's like a 6-11. We got 11 seed.
I'm from Vallejo, but I'm not a St. Patrick's guy.
Yeah, no one is. Root for the bank, baby. Titans, High School of Gods. But yeah, the reason why I didn't get no love to Sac City, and let me see before I play around and throw some sports hate. Sac City is a powerhouse when it comes to Clarence is spot on when it comes to all the guys that have come through, the Boas, the Blousers, the Greg Bonds, the FP Santangelos. They're just so many people.
Jerry Weinstein?
I believe, has come through here.
Alleged.
I mean, just so many people. Fernando Vina is another person as I look down. So many people have come through Sac City. But Sac City is like the snobs of Sacramento baseball, man. At least when I was coming through, it was a machine. It was like when you went to Sac City, you had to hit like them, you had to swing like them, you had to walk like them, you had to talk like them.
But to Clarence's point, I see where you're coming from. But definitely, I mean, a Seminole school,
absolutely.
Seminole baseball school.
I only say that because we're in Sacramento. If I leave the comforts of the 916, the city of trees, and I move down anywhere else, if I go to Fresno, if I go anywhere outside of Sacramento, then I'm repping Sac City. But there's a reason why I didn't do that. It's because they got all the love anyway. We don't talk about CRC. We don't talk about ARC enough. Even Sierra, it's like they've had a couple of different programs. No doubt. Clarence is spot on. We talked about McClatchy, Nick Johnson. There's so much history here in Sacramento. Christian Brothers, my boy Brandon Couch. Shouts out to him. Like, there's so many people who have come through Sacramento baseball. This is a hot haven. Absolutely. But when it comes to just showing love, as we talked about, sports hate is not hate. Right. I can't stand the Sac City Panthers. I got no love for them, man. They like the snobs of junior college.
You got some respect for them, though.
Oh, absolutely. Got super respect. Yeah. Absolutely.
Speaking of St. Patrick's, I don't know if I've told you the story. I will if you want me to, and if you don't, we'll move on.
Please.
Time when we were playing St. Patrick's and I was late for the game. Would you care to hear that story?
Yeah, you're a rebel.
Okay. It was a Friday before Christmas vacation, high school. Our team, Hogan Spartans, we had not lost a game yet.
Undefeated, baby.
It was right before Christmas. So it's December. We hadn't lost a game yet. So we have no school that Friday for some reason. And then we're playing St. Patrick's that night. Might have been a Monday. I don't know. But anyway. So a couple of buddies of mine were going into San Francisco to go to Guitar Center and go to some music stores. So I said, can I come with you? And they're like, yeah. And I said, I got a game that night. And they're like, one of them, Rod, was like, it's cool because my mom's picking me up at 3:30 or whatever in Concord. So we're good. So we go and ride Bart at the time. It's like, whoa, we're riding Bart. And we those guys were like really good musicians. And I was just kind of, didn't really know what I was doing. So anyway, I had a good day in the city. I'm like, okay, I've got to go back. And so we go back, and I think it was like Del Norte, El Cerrito station.
Yep.
And, he calls his mom. It's like, oh, my mom will be here. And we're waiting. His mom doesn't come. And it's like, well, could you call your mom? It's like, she'll be here. She'll be here. Waiting. And she ain't coming. So he calls up.
She ain't coming.
His mom's not coming. It's like, oh, my dad's coming. Oh, okay. He's not going to be able to come for like an hour. It's like, well, I got a game. It's like, well, there's nothing we can do. So it becomes apparent to me that I'm going to be late for the varsity basketball game because I can't get a ride from El Cerrito back to Vallejo.
Yeah.
So I call my dad and tell him, and he goes, I'll tell Coach Stevenson, there's nothing you can do, So we finally get picked up, which I can't even remember, but I do remember, I'll never forget walking into the gym because the game had already started. And this was St. Patrick's Hogan. It's a big rivalry game because two Vallejo schools. And I'll never forget walking into the gym when how high school gyms are. It's like, I'm walking in with my gym bag and the game's going on, and I'm looking up. Oh, we're down 6. And I walk in.
Ain't nothing.
And it's the second quarter, I think.
Damn, man, you were super late.
Yes. So then we go into halftime, and the coach is like, yeah, there's nothing you can do. He wasn't happy, but it's not.
Did he let you play?
Well, hang on. It's like, get dressed. We come out third quarter, and it's a tight game. And then he puts me in. And I'll never forget it because I got called for 2 travels on baskets where I scored. And they called me for travels, and I did not travel. It was like a Euro step.
Yep.
I did not travel. They called traveling twice. I was so mad. And I hit 3 shots down the stretch that they either tied the game or gave us the lead. But we lost. It's our first loss.
Okay.
After the game, a guy goes up to my dad and says, hey, coach, why didn't he put your son in sooner? My dad goes, I know. Tell me about it. He didn't even tell him I wasn't there. He didn't tell him I didn't show.
Hey, man, what's going on? He didn't come in till halftime.
What's wrong with that coach? I know. You know how coaches are. What are you going to do?
Hey, that's a heck of a coach. Shouts out to Coach Stevenson for letting you even ball.
Yes, sir.
Because, you know, some other coaches would have tried to make you an example.
Right. He's no longer with us, but he was a good coach.
Yeah. I know. Come on, coach.
Yeah. Keegan Murray is Keegan Murray again. We're back with that on Sacktown Sports.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. New Hondas are piling up, and that means big savings for you.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at folsomlakehonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our number one priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda. Yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
One ticket, two huge shows. The Sacramento Boat Show plus the Big RV Show. Multiple dealers discounting all the best brands. Hundreds of wakeboard boats, fishing boats, and pontoon boats. Acres and acres of travel trailers, fifth wheel, toy hauler, and motorhome. Plus ATVs too. Two shows, one massive event. The Sacramento Boat Show, plus the Big RV Show. March 6th through 9th at Sacramento's Cal Expo. Find discounts at twohugeshows.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-822-3910. That's 800-822-3910. 800-822-3910.
Advanced Infusion Center, where we prioritize your comfort and well-being. Whether you're managing a chronic condition or seeking specialized IV therapy, our state-of-the-art center offers tailored solutions to meet your needs. Advanced Infusion Center's dedicated healthcare professionals are here to ensure your safety and provide personalized care. Conveniently located in Sacramento and Yuba City with flexible scheduling options. Experience a new standard in infusion therapy. Visit Advanced Infusion Center today at advancedinfusion.com.
Meanwhile at Xfinity.
Okay, huddle up. Do you realize how many fans stream basketball? It's madness.
But real fans stream with Xfinity Internet.
Totally. We've engineered the fastest connection.
With reduced buffering and low lag.
'Cause making streaming better is what we do!
Yeah!
Yeah!
Can we let go now? It's really not a huddle with two people.
Switch to Xfinity Internet and stream live sports from the best seat in the house. Bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Actual speed vary, not guaranteed.
Wednesday night, Kings and Nuggets. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 4:30. Tip-off at 6.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140. Your flagship station for the Beam team, Sacktown Sports.
The Kings could use a helping hand tonight from the Knicks, from the Sixers, from the Suns. Let's see how that's going. 3:24 left, second quarter. The Knicks are leading the Warriors 45-41. We have 4:17 left, first quarter. The Sixers beating the Timberwolves in Minnesota 16-12. And not optimistic about that one, but I guess stranger things have happened. And then tonight at 7, the Clippers are visiting the wreckage known as the Phoenix Suns. So obviously the Kings are just right in there with the Clips and the T-Wolves and the Warriors. Maybe they get a little help tonight. And of course they got to help themselves tomorrow night when they take on the Denver Nuggets. Keegan Murray is Keegan Murray again. It's one of the things we've been talking about a number of times today. And as you mentioned, Jay, Frankie Cardicelli on X had some of the numbers. Keegan Murray over the last 6 games, 15.5 points, 5.7 rebounds, 50% field goal percentage, 43% on threes, 7.3 attempts per game, 85% from the foul line, and Kings with that 4-2 record.
Yeah.
Then last night, Keegan was very, very solid with 18 points in only 24 minutes. That's a really great sign, not only because of what it means for the Kings right now. They could use Keegan a great deal here down the stretch with these tough, important games coming up, but also as far as their future, because they've got so much invested in him. They've got so much equity as an organization in Keegan. So Keegan deserves most of the credit, but Doug and the coaches, they deserve a lot of credit too for helping Keegan get to this point.
Yeah, and we just, looking further, we need Keegan to be this Keegan. And I don't think we're really asking for that much. Whitey, do you think we're asking for a lot to expect Keegan to play at this type of caliber?
No, I don't think so. He's capable of probably more than what they're asking for.
Yeah, I would think so.
At the defensive end, they're asking a lot for him at that end.
They are.
But yeah, it's just a matter of making sure he gets involved. And then last night, he only had 10 shots, but in this offense, 15, 10, 15, 12, 10 shots. He was almost an equal partner in the offense last night. And I think that's all he needs to feel involved. And when he's feeling involved and aggressive, he's a weapon.
Yeah, definitely. I like the word involved and aggressive. I think we all have had the question that we've been pondering since Keegan's come into the league is how aggressive can Keegan really be? And I think the aggression is lock and step. It's parallel, I should say, when it comes to his output. If he's aggressive more times than not, you rarely say, oh man, Keegan had a bad shooting night. It's more or less, he didn't shoot the damn ball, you know? And so I really think the aggression part plays a big role for Keegan. But if we can continue to get this Keegan, I think a lot of Kings fans will be happy with this type of output. If you're going to tell me Keegan's going to average 43% from the 3-point line, 85 from the free throw line, and then on top of that, give me 15 and almost 6.
And defend the other team's best
sign me up.
player.
Sign me up. Absolutely. Sign me up.
Yeah. And so then also with the addition of Valanciunas now and Zach LaVine, it looks like things are coming together for the Kings. And somehow, some way, I think Doug Christie deserves a ton of credit for this. The Kings have everybody on the same page. And when you consider what they've been through with the new coach and a coach that hasn't been a coach before, and then you got all the De'Aaron drama, and then not only is De'Aaron out, and you've got all that swirling around, then you've got the new players coming in, including Zach LaVine, who's like, the new guy's going to be one of our main guys. Everybody's on the same page. It's incredible, Jay. They all deserve a great deal of credit for that. Again, we'll see where it goes. I know there have been some, not really naysayers, but people who are, they just don't maybe want to get their hopes up. They've said, look, they're beating bad teams here. We'll see. We will see how it goes. But I'm really surprised by what I've seen to this point. Even though that was a bad team they beat last night, the way they beat them and were efficient and took care of their business, to me, that was impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. And someone called earlier, they put the foot on the neck.
Yeah,
right from the outgo.
Steven said that.
Yeah, Steven, straight from straight from the starting flag to the checkered flag. It was all about the Sacramento Kings. And I think we need more wins like that, albeit, we've cried multiple times when the team doesn't play up to their best standard when it comes to playing other weak teams or, not as superior type teams. And so I'm not going to discount the win. I've been the person that says I'm accepting every single win that comes through here. I think it was a good win, not a great win. I think we use the word great too often.
Yep.
I think it was a good win. Let's keep spinning it off, fellas. Could continue with the knowledge of they're not going to win the next 22 games, which are how many games they have left in the season. There's going to be some lulls. There's going to be some losses. There's going to be some lapses. That's to be understood. No team is going to go undefeated from here on out.
I think I'm noticing something about this team, but I want to run it by you and see if I'm imagining it, or if you see it too. One of my favorite Kings teams ever was, of course, we all love the Webb team, everybody. But you go back to the previous playoff team, which was Mitch and Gary St. Jean was the coach, Marshallonis, Spud Webb,
OP,
Brian Grant, OP. That team they were tough.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah. And they didn't get out of the first round, They almost knocked Seattle
And they
out.
believe they would have if Mitch wouldn't have got hurt.
Yeah, but that team was tough. And to me, and I hadn't been living in the city as long then, obviously, as I have now, they reflected a lot of what this city is. To me, this is a really tough, gritty town. This team, to me, looks like they are becoming one of those teams. I know Doug has been preaching that. That's not to say that, the Beam team was a bunch of, softies, pinky out, wine and cheese people. You have to be tough to have any success in the NBA. But I noticed with, Keon, the grit he brings, Malik is a very flashy player, but he's gritty as well. And of course, the two bigs are very gritty, but even DeMar DeRozan, the way he stares down Dylan Brooks and just the way he goes about his business. I noticed this team, to me, Jay, becoming a team that has the capability of being a really gritty, tough team.
Low attitude.
A little bit.
You see a low attitude adjustment.
Yeah.
No doubt that comes from the man up top.
Mm-hmm.
We know his attitude, Coach Christie.
Do you see that too, or am I imagining that?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think those are the things where as a team goes, as the coach goes, or really it's the opposite. As the coach goes, as the team goes.
Teams are often a reflection of
yeah. And so
sometimes that takes a long time. This hasn't taken very long.
No, and I just point to one of the teams the Kings play, which is Houston. I think Houston had a quick transition. Soon as Ime Udoka became the head guy down in Houston, one of the things that you've seen immediately was like, look, we're going to be tough. And it took them a year and a half or two, to kind of start to stack up some wins. But the one thing you weren't going to do with Houston, you weren't going to punk them. You weren't going to run over them. You definitely weren't going to get in a shouting match. I don't think they were going to come back and fight back. And those youngsters down there, I call them a bunch of knuckleheads. They just really hadn't honed in on how to play together, gel, play winning basketball, but definitely took the attitude of Ime Udoka. I see this team starting to do those things.
Yeah.
And
that's interesting you mentioned Houston, because look what happened Saturday. Kings went in there and did the things that you said Ime Udoka didn't want teams to do to his team.
Absolutely. And so that shows. And we know Coach Doug Christie has kind of been one of those guys. When you look at the heyday of the Sacramento Kings, a lot of people, when you had those conversations, and I was to be blessed to have some of those conversations because Doug was here, but a lot of those team members always said Doug was like the heartbeat. Webb was the star. Bibby was the B, but when it got cracking, it was Doug. Doug was the person that pushed up on the next guy. Say, man, shut up. Plenty of people have come on this air right here during this time slot and said that. And so, when people talk about the Rick Fox and all, and those type of situations that Coach Christie was in, but we're just talking about an everyday. Everyday appeal of what Coach Christie was for the Sacramento Kings. So I think you're starting to see some of that. And we hear from him all the time. You listen to the press conferences, he continues to keep on saying, we got to be us. We ain't worried about the next person. Be us. It's about how we go about our own business.
Yeah.
And that will take care of business.
Another thing that you can't help but notice is the sense of order with the roster. And in all fairness to Mike Brown, I think that's because they have more guys that can play now. But, last night was an example. You get to the point of the game where you're going to empty your bench and Scal's going to play. That's cool. There was a time earlier this year where Scal might start.
Right.
You wouldn't see him.
Isaac Jones did.
You wouldn't see him for like 3 weeks. Is he still on the team? And then he'd start. You had a lot of that. As Mike would say, I'm searching. He would admit to it. Doug's not searching.
No.
It's like, and again, I think he has an advantage of more talent on the roster. But, Dougie McBuckets comes in. He gets up 3 shots.
Yeah.
And he's probably not going to play the next game.
Yeah, probably not.
It's just clear what everyone's roles are.
What the telltale sign of it is when a blowout is happening, and I said this to myself in the beginning of the fourth quarter, there were a few guys that were out there, and I looked up and I'm like, damn, it's 30. D, get them boys out of there, right?
Yeah.
And so then they get a couple of guys out of there and they come out, as you say, they start to empty some of the bench. And you're looking like, okay, wait a minute. They emptied the bench and I got Jake LaRavia and Markelle Fultz, who are integral pieces of this team probably moving forward for the rest of the season. But then, as you said, you're like, well, who else is going to play?
Yeah.
Because they're almost at the end of their bench.
Yeah.
So it just lets you know he's working with a different hand than Coach Brown.
And everyone seems, as far as you can tell, the body language and everything's positive as far as how people are feeling about their roles.
Yeah.
Fultz is I think you said earlier that Keegan was an X factor, which he is. Fultz to me also is a real X factor here.
How so?
Well, I think he has a potential maybe to be contributing even more going forward if there's a need, if heaven forbid one of the other guards goes down. I think he's got the potential to play more because he's so good defensively. So that's if he only plays limited minutes, then obviously he doesn't get much of a chance to contribute. But to me, that's a guy that I'm keeping an eye on because he could do more if they needed him to, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. He's definitely a change of pace type of guy. And when you say change of pace, more times than not, it's like you look at speed. That's not necessarily what I'm saying. I think he's a veteran at this point in his career where you can kind of see, okay, I'll step on the gas when I need to. I'll pull up the mid range when I need to. Let me get my guys in the set when I need to.
He's almost like a different driver of the offense, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Malik, you take a break. We're going to now. Yeah,
different.
Markel's going to drive.
And everybody drives differently.
Yeah.
You could be a lead foot. You could be slow driver. Yeah.
Yeah. But he makes decisions. He's decisive.
Yes, very much so. Very much so.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's
and
like,
notice,
Fultz
is driving.
That's a great point, Whitey. Yeah. It's great verbiage right there, my man.
I appreciate that. When we come back, we are witnessing the most expensive failure, perhaps in the history of the NBA. Kings are benefiting from that as well. We're back with that and more. Drive Guys, Sacktown Sports.
As we all continue to hear scary ads about the IRS, Tax Relief Advocates is leading the way, showing U.S. taxpayers why they don't need to be afraid of the IRS. Whether you owe the IRS $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, TRA has a solution. With major tax relief initiatives currently in effect, we could reduce or even eliminate what you owe to the IRS, business or personal. Our experts know how to resolve tax problems and end all collections. TRA is America's highly rated tax resolution firm with an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau and thousands of 5-star Google reviews. Don't wait. You may qualify for a significant tax debt reduction that can give you a fresh start, but you must call for a free consultation and to check what tax relief you qualify for. Visit TRA.com or call our relief hotline at 800-335-8578. 800-335-8578. Again, that's 800-335-8578. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Welcome to today's Kevin 7, brought to you by National Garage Door. With Big League Baseball coming to the River City, today's Kevin 7 looks at the 7 players who hit the most career home runs for Oakland. So ponder that. 7 players who hit the most career home runs for Oakland. While you think about that, I want to let you know that if you have any garage door needs, the answer is simple and easy. National Garage Door, 916-638-4554. Customer service is their number one priority. I could not be more satisfied with the service and the new garage door we got from National Garage Door. If you need a repair, National Garage Door are the region's BSE broken spring experts. Now, what kind of expert are you when it comes to all-time Oakland home run leaders? Number 7 with 167, Ricky. Number 6 with 192,
Tada.
Sal Bando. Number 5 at 198,
Casego.
Jason Giambi. But hang on to that. You're going to need it later. Number 4 at 230 I think he's from Mount Carmel High School, Eric Chavez. Yeah. Number 3 with 254 is Jose Canseco. Number 2 with 269, Reggie. And number 1, Mark McGuire, 363 home runs. Well done. Jay, who's number 1 of these parts for garage door repair, service, and installation? National Garage Door, 916-638-4554, National Garage Door.
Hi, I'm Justin Gingery from the law firm of Gingery, Hammer & Associates. When you have been injured by the fault of another, you will want advice you can trust. If you know an attorney you can trust, I hope you call that person. But if you don't, please call me. I promise I will be the attorney you can trust, along with my entire team. I have been helping accident survivors recover compensation for their injuries for 25 years, and we can help you. There is no charge for calling. If you have an injury, just call Gingery.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Whitey here, reminding you that not all grills are created equal and every detail matters. Check out the new Napoleon Prestige and Rogue models and see the difference a Napoleon makes. Napoleon grills have features other grills can't match. They're built different, built better, built to last. Complete with a lifetime warranty and premium stainless steel, boasting absolute quality. Napoleon knows that the smallest details add up to make a big difference when curating your perfect grilling experience. Visit Green Acres Nursery today for your best selection of Napoleon grills and accessories.
The Drive Guys, live and local, every afternoon, Monday through Friday on Sacktown Sports.
Jay, you did pretty well on that Oakland home run quiz.
Yeah, I thought Tejada would have been in there for some reason.
Yeah, I'll double check, but
No. You didn't double check.
I
Your
don't think he
numbers
was
are right.
around long enough because all these guys were there for quite a while.
Yeah, Chavez, Giambi, McGuire, Canseco, Reggie. Those were the initial. Ricky's tricky because I should have went with Ricky, but something tells me like, oh, he didn't have that many.
Yeah, and he was here, and then he went away, and then he was back.
Ricky should have been up there.
Yeah, 167. I think the A's are the A's wearing a Ricky patch this year. I think
they are. Yeah, I saw something of that. Yeah.
Yeah, and also a Tower Bridge patch.
Yes.
Nothing that says Sacramento, but at least it's something.
So I see where you're going, man.
3 years are supposed to be here. 3 years.
But you know what? This is it, Whitey. Remember, that's why we have the great brands of Sacramento community.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to put something that's together that says Sacramento Athletics. And when they do, I'm going to grab you one.
Okay. By the way, I don't mean to be negative here, but Sacramento figures if they don't keep the A's, and even if that's their plan, they can't say that. But if they don't keep the A's, they want an expansion team. And there are other teams on the West Coast that would also like an expansion team. And I happen to see today on X, in Portland, they've been working on a team for a long time, and they've got some harbor area or something where someone did a mock-up of what a ballpark would look there.
Rendering?
Yeah, and it looks really nice.
Renderings do.
It's kind of Oracle Parkish with the water right there.
Okay.
But the thing is, you better have a dome on it because it rains all the time.
It's all the time. Yeah, absolutely.
Or at least it used to. I don't know if it rains anymore up there, but yeah. And it's cold up there too.
Yeah, and or like in Seattle, where have you been to Seattle's ballpark?
I have not.
Okay,
they have kind of a roof,
like a roof, but it's open.
It's an open roof.
Yeah,
like a patio. They have a patio.
Yes,
patio cover.
A patio. Man, we went there. My wife took me there 2 years or so ago for my birthday in May, and we went out and
who were they playing?
Rangers, I think. They're playing the Rangers. Yeah. And go out and literally it's the week of May 4th was my birthday. So it was either before or after. I can't remember. I was like, damn, it's freezing in here. It's cold. Mm-hmm. It's May.
Yeah.
Turn the heater on somebody in here, And so it's interesting. It's super interesting. They should have enclosed that ballpark.
Mm-hmm.
If it was left up to me, I'd have enclosed it.
Yeah. They used to have the old Kingdom up there.
Of course.
I think they imploded it.
Yeah, they did.
Mm-hmm.
They definitely blew that thing up, and it needed to be.
Mm-hmm.
That thing that thing was atrocious.
Now Minnesota, they had the Metrodome because it's so cold.
Yeah.
Then they went to Target Field, which is nice, but still freezing cold there.
There's no roof. There's been a few times they've gotten snow outs in Minnesota. What are we doing? Right. Put a roof on that, Minnesota.
Right.
Little big league.
Uh-huh. Yeah. So I shouldn't worry about Portland, huh?
Well, no, you should worry. You should worry.
Okay.
Yeah, you should definitely worry.
Because they've been at it a long
They've been trying to get
time.
They have definitely tried to. They've definitely tried to get a baseball squad up there. They've been hunting and pecking for a long time to get a MLB team. I'd definitely be them. I'd be worried about Louisville. I'd be definitely worried about Nashville. I'd definitely be worried about Vegas because I'm going to continue to say Vegas ain't got one yet.
I think Nashville's in. I'm just assuming that, going with what Vivek said, where he said the commissioner wants to put a team on the West Coast.
Right.
So, okay. Well, who would that be? I mean, is Oakland in the mix?
Maybe.
Yeah. Sacramento, Portland.
That's probably your three. Portland, Sacramento, Oakland.
Yeah. Now, Portland, I believe Russell Wilson's been involved in their efforts, which means they're probably going to be winning. And then at the last minute, he's going to throw an interception, and then Sacramento's going to take it. Pick six. We got a team.
Yo, he's a cold blood for that. That was, as they say, a low blow. You know, referee going to tell you a low blow. I will say this. I think when you say it like that, and we keep it on the West Coast, we're throwing up the W's, Sacramento's got to be in the lead, right?
I don't know. There's a lot of, maybe. I'm not saying no, but there's apparently a lot of people with a lot of money in the Bay Area that want this Oakland thing to go through. And according to, I think, Scott Ostler, he wrote that those people have been told, don't say anything. If you mention anything, you will not get an expansion team. Because it looks bad for baseball if like they take the team out of there and say, we can't make it work there. And then you've got all these people say, yes, you can. We got the money. So it's a little awkward for baseball. Yeah. Yeah. So that would be the hardest thing for baseball. How would you go back to Oakland? I mean, nothing against Oakland, but just how could baseball do that?
Because it's almost turnkey when you really, when you take a step back and look at the whole situation.
Did you leave in the first place?
Correct. Yeah. It's turnkey. It's ready to go. You know, minus a few research papers and a few different, you know, a couple more dollars, they were going to make that Jack London Square move. And for whatever reason, John Fisher and his boys, his compadres, they chose to go another way. Yeah. And hopefully it's Sacramento's garbage or mess to pick up now, you know, and we don't know how it's going to play out, but Oakland was a turnkey situation. It really was. It was one of those homes that was ready to go, and I just think John Fisher didn't want to be there no more.
The thing that worries me from our standpoint is we could sell out every game for 3 years, right? We'd still be near the bottom or at the bottom in attendance because the park's so small.
Correct.
So what can we really prove? What is Sacramento getting a chance to prove?
Yeah, I think you have to definitely be forthcoming in the way that you prove it, and hopefully, and this is part of Sacramento's problem. And then when I say that, I mean organizations that are in Sacramento is taking the narrative by the horns. You got to jump out in front and say, look at me, scream, look at me, hey, wave, look at me. And I'm hoping that's what we're going to get here when it comes to the Sacramento A's. And if not from the regime that is already part of the Sacramento, you know, sports industry, maybe it's going to take guys like us, Whitey. Maybe it's going to take, you know, fans to do it and do it a little more. And, you know, there's power in social media. There's definitely power in content creators throughout, you know, YouTube and social media as well. So I don't know. I just hope MLB, and it may be when it's really all said and done, we're talking about Manfred as well. So maybe we could do everything in our power and it still be like, who cares?
Yeah. Yeah. And I guess it's better, even though it's a small park, it's better to have the opportunity to show what you can do with the team rather than, you know, in Portland, theoretically, that would be great. But they have to build the park. And here we get to show, no, this is how we will support the team. We're going to show you because you're going to have the team here for 3 years. So, yeah, you're right. I mean, I think Vivek used the term pole position. I want to just touch real quickly here on the Phoenix Suns, and the Kings are hoping against hope that the Suns will give them some help tonight. You know, the Suns right now, what are they? Boy, they're really struggling. I just want to make sure I get it right here as I check the standings.
They're 28-33.
28-33. Thank you. The thing is, because of the big roster, big name players they have, the big salaries, they're paying this year a luxury tax bill, of $152 million.
Yeah.
That's on top of everything they're already paying. It's like the extra tax bill, $152 million for a team that's probably not even going to get into the play-in. It's the most expensive failure in the history of the NBA.
Big coins right there, White.
Yeah. I mean, maybe John Koncak is to consider him, but if anybody remembers him, $152 million tax bill for that team. That's bad.
Looks good on paper.
Uh-huh.
You know who's balling, though? You guys laughed at me. Bowl. I'm just going to leave it there. I was watching them play Minnesota last week,
And like ball shoot from the corner, no good. Here's a rebound. Back to ball from the corner, no good. I'm screaming. I got Kevin Durant.
That's one sequence, man.
It's Devin Booker and Bradley Beal. Why are you shooting from the
one sequence, Whitey?
Throw it to Kevin
He's
Durant.
putting up numbers.
Yeah, he's playing well for you.
Come on. Should have been a Sacramento King.
All right, what's coming up here, Jay?
A return of the Roar.
Return of the Roar. Frankie?
I have no clue.
Yeah. Yeah, we're guessing.
I don't know. Frankie here is Brent. I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah. All right.
Brendan and Chris.
Oh, great.
Chris Watkins.
So more quality Kings talk coming up with Return of the Roar. That's next year. We're back with you tomorrow. Drapes will be with us from Denver. Have a great evening. Stick around for Return of the Roar on Sacktown Sports.
Wednesday night, Kings and Nuggets. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 4:30. Tip-off at 6.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Are you annoyingly inattentive? Do you watch a movie and then ask a zillion questions because you weren't paying attention? Do people ask, how do you sleep at night? Then you should get a mattress from Mattress Firm. They can help anyone sleep. Mattress Firm's President's Day sale ends soon. Get a king bed for a queen price. Save up to $700 plus a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or mattressfirm.com for details.
When it comes to great deals on tax prep, Jackson Hewitt isn't holding back, and neither is this commercial. Their offer is so big, it has to be said with Reverb. Expert tax prep for $149 or less. It's a deal so spectacular, it needs a symphony. Some explosions and a clock ticking, because this offer $149 or less ends soon. One expert tax prep for $149 or less. Try Jackson Hewitt today and save. Whew. Limited time offer for new clients at Federal Returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Spring is finally here, and so are spring projects. So get them started at Harbor Freight's parking lot sale. This weekend, save on products like pressure washers for $69.99, 42-inch roller cabinets for under $500. Plus 30% off Hercules corded power tools. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight. Valid until 3/9/25 while supplies last. Limitations apply, so spring in before it's over.
With Progressive, it's easy to reach customer service with our app, website, chat, or by phone. Because when getting help is hard, it's not help at all.
A little help. A little help over here.
Thank you for calling Bench Press Assistance.
What?
Due to excessive gym volume, all available spotters are currently lifting heavy weights off the chests of other bench pressers.
Seriously?
Please continue to hold, and we will remove the barbell from your chest in the order in which your cry for help was received.
Getting assistance should be easy. With Progressive, it is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-235-5588. That's 800-235-5588. 800-235-5588.
Coach Doug Christie here for your truck headquarters, Folsom Lake Ford. Shop all your favorite models on sale now, like America's best-selling F-Series. Check out a huge selection of Mavericks, F-150s, and Super Duty trucks, or tech-filled SUVs like Explorers and Expeditions. Plus a huge selection of Broncos and Bronco Sports. All in stock now at Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall. Right now, buy any new Ford with $0 down on approval of credit. Save big with low interest finance rates. And Folsom Lake Ford always pays top dollar for your trade. Hurry to Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall, a 6-time Triple Crown winner for sales and service excellence. That's why they are my trusted dealer, and they should be yours too. For 35 years and counting, come down and take a test drive today. Tell them Coach Doug Christie sent you, or shop online at FolsomLakeFord.com.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m. where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, Sacktown Sports 1140.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you.
Kings Talk, baby!
Get ready for some Kings Talk.
For an hour of Sacramento Kings Talk.
Diving deep into your Sacramento Kings. Return of the Roar with Brendan Nunes, Frankie Cardicelli, and Chris Watkins on Sacktown Sports 1140.
For the first time, we have a live return of the Roar podcast. We are going to be joining you here every week, every Tuesday from here on out for the Sacramento Kings playoff push from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. My name is Brendan Nunes. Got two of my good friends here with me as well, working over here, obviously. Chris Watkins joining